your paintings?
Not there yet, but I'm planning to someday if I'm able to. Actually, I when I did my residency, Dr. Chavan was the HOD, and I really got to know him. And one of our talks, I asked her, "What kind of paintings do you like?" So he said that I like nature, I like forests and waterfall and trees. That was another thing that this came up in her mind to paint this thing, and definitely this was one of huge ways which I could contribute this book to.
Since we are all waiting, the next question is, do you do art in therapy?
Good morning. Is there a delay in the function? We are not connected. We are all on the webinar. Dr. Mohan Isaac, Rai Mohan, about 10-15 of us are connected. We are not connected. Huh? Okay. Okay, then I'm glad that I called up. It's already started and we are not connected. So with that, she's taking care of it.
All assembled in honor of Professor Chavan.
Now it's that's coming.
Because Anmol Ratan could not do his ill health. He suddenly took ill today morning. So I request Professor Jaspinder Kaur, our Body Director Principal, our speakers for the day, Professor R.S. Murthy and Mr. Jitendra Solanki, family of Dr. Chavan, Dr. Kavita Chavan, Anubhav, Dr. Padmavati from SCAR, Dr. Ajay Singh and Dr. Shakunta Singh, guests who have joined online, and all those who have taken time out to be here for this significant day. Most of the people who are attending today have in one way or the other been connected with Dr. Chavan, and everybody values his work a lot. Non-descript special education school to this vibrant institute, having special school teacher training courses and clinical services for persons with intellectual disabilities, wouldn't have been possible without the clear vision, persuasive powers, enthusiasm and determination of Dr. Chavan. Without going into history of GRIT, I would like to apprise you all that following its vision document, GRIT has been making steady progress. We have school readiness program for inclusion into mainstream and mother-child interactive programs. We are working on development of structured curriculum and new assessment tools. Recently, we have become center of National Institute of Open Schooling. We have very well running mentoring programs for school students and for persons with disability in community, for which our students of various diploma and B.Ed courses are working hard. There's a strong emphasis on research work. We have our own research and ethics committee registered with DCGI to promote ethical research. And GRIT publishes a Journal of Disability Management and Rehabilitation. Dr. Chavan had clear plans to develop GRIT into a full-fledged University of Disability Studies. Construction of auditorium, vocational wing, and hostels have been approved from administration, and we hope it could benefit many students and take North India to the top in the field of disability. That will be a real tribute to him. GRIT is also working towards a sheltered workshop for employment of persons with developmental disabilities who have difficulty in securing a job. We believe that the workshop will add meaning to many lives. Development Clinic at GRIT has continuously been providing rehabilitative services to intellectually disabled children. We provide early diagnostic and rehabilitative services to children coming under National Trust Act, which includes cerebral palsy, autism, intellectual disability, and multiple disabilities. Services like early intervention program, rehabilitation, and IQ assessment and autism assessment and certification, UDID application, and guidance regarding other government schemes are provided under one roof. Every year, around 5,000 to 6,000 new patients are being seen, The number was a little low during pandemic. Along with assessments being done at grid, many camps in nearby rural areas have been organized time to time for IQ certification and providing further guidance. To reach the underprivileged patients, we have started the community outreach program, under which we have helped more than 500 patients and providing all the services. And as is the usual way of working, we have done many
Careful बेटा ऐसे मत करो
students are active social service parade in 2022 in New Delhi. Now, the NGO was founded by Dr. Chavan in the year 2013 with the vision of working towards bringing lasting and constructive changes in the lives of persons with mental illness in Tri-City. Gradually, like-minded mental health professionals, persons with mental illness, caregivers, and people from civil society joined hands and played an instrumental role in advancing its objectives. The NGO works primarily on public-private partnership model and believes in building constructive partnerships with other sectors. Besides working along with Mental Health Institute and GMCH 32, Parivartan works closely with Chandigarh Legal Services Authority, Punjab University, and other NGOs. Since its inception, Parivartan has taken many initiatives to make mental health services accessible and affordable for the residents of Tri-City. Some of the services provided by Parivartan include crisis resolution and home-based treatment services, vocational training and job placement, community awareness and capacity building, training program for students, recreational group activities for caregivers, and doorstep oral screening and testing. To commemorate the work done in the field of mental health in Tri-City by late Professor Dr. B.S. Chavan, founder president of Parivartan, it was decided to observe his birth anniversary every year as Dr. B.S. Chavan Memorial Rehabilitation Program. To mark the birth anniversary, which is on 25th March, Parivartan organized a camp for registration of persons with mental illness last year, and they were all registered under employment exchange. For the year of this year, 2022, it was a matter of great pride for me to announce that Parivartan is instituting the annual B.S. Chavan Memorial Award for NGOs working in the field of rehabilitation. The award will include a cash prize of ₹20,000. An NGO to be awarded will be chosen every year based on the guidelines from Parivartan. It is an honor and privilege for Parivartan to confer the first B.S. Chavan Memorial Award to Schizophrenia Research Foundation, popularly known as SCARF today. With this brief introduction of the events, I welcome everyone and our worthy Director Principal, Dr. Jaspinder Kaur, who has been there for everything, and she really works closely into every aspect of the program and really shows that guiding light. So thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. अब हम इनवाइट करते हैं डॉक्टर आर श्रीनिवासा मूर्ति, who completed and worked for 10 years at PGI Chandigarh. He was at Nimhan from 1982 to 2003. He is currently working on developing emotional health care material
for persons living with cancer and caregivers of new developmental disorders. डॉक्टर मूर्ति आज हमारे साथ वर्चुअल मोड से जुड़ रहे हैं। आप रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं कि वह डॉक्टर B.S. चवन इसे सम्मान में रिलीज होने वाली बुक की अनाउंसमेंट करें, which is edited by Dr. मूर्ति himself, और साथ ही उसके बैकग्राउंड के बारे में भी हमें जानकारी दें।
Over to you, Dr. Modi.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning to you all. And my dignitaries on the dais, especially Professor Preeti, Professor Jaspinder Kaur, Dr. Shakuntala, and all of you. My sincere apologies for not being there. I wish I could be there very much in person, but thank you for making it possible for me to join you on this occasion. Are you able to hear me?
It's not audible. Just give us a few minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, I'll hold. You just show me the finger and then I will start. Yes, sir.
Clearly audible.
Hello, can I? Can I start?
हटाई दो सर. ये सर की आवाज नहीं आ रही है. श्रीनिवास हाँ जी बोल रहे यहाँ पे नहीं आ रही तो कुछ. ओके चलो ऑक्सफोर्ड में कुछ दिक्कत होगी तो सर का मतलब एक लाइव साथ में आता है जैसे एक कैमरा वाला चल रहा है ना और एक श्रीनिवास सर का दो मतलब हो जाए एक स्टेज का और एक श्रीनिवास सर का.
Hello. Hello, 1, 2, 3.
It's okay. Start, please.
Hello, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, it's audible.
Okay, I'll start. Thank you very much. My apologies, really, sincerely. Respected dignitaries on the dais, Dr. Jaspinder Kaur, Dr. Preeti, Dr. Shakuntala, and all of you. I really feel very, very bad that I'm not there in person. It is because of my health condition I had to stay back and be here. Professor Chavan was a man of vision and action. It is for this reason the book is being published in his honor. The title of the book has a special meaning for all of us. Leadership in Psychiatry, Converting Thought into Action. You might say, why is this topic relevant? Why did Dr. Nitin and myself choose this particular thing? Let me give you a little background in the next 4 to 5 minutes. You know, as recently as 1980, a person like Dr. Corpus wrote in British Journal of British Medical Bulletin, one has to admit that there is little from evidence, either meditation or religious observance significantly modifies tens of thousands of Indians, and they are following the gurus. And he makes a bit of a both challenge as well as a humble submission. If it could be established with appropriate, if it if it could be established with appropriate control, that changes in symptoms and in personality traits do come about and in the desired direction, then the possibility of collaborating between psychiatrists and gurus could be worth exploring. There was a sense of doubt as well as a hope. Similarly, this was in 1980, not long ago, about a thing which was present for the last 2000 years, that is the yoga meditation. Similarly, Dr. Venkobrao in 1997 wrote, India is an ancient cultural, spiritual, anthropological laboratory. She has been the nursery of saints and sages, scientists and founders of world's major religions and promulgator of profound philosophy. However, he cautioned what needs to be done. Nevertheless, to be satisfied with the glory of the past is to turn the wisdom into a fossil. But to interpret in the world from a new point of view is to revitalize the past and bring in a current of fresh air into the monotonous present. It is this vision of eminent people like Costes, Venkobrao, Dr. Kapoor, Dr. Nekki, Dr. Vig, that Dr. Chavan has made it a reality. Let me just tell you one single anecdote to make the point which I'm talking about. Before that, I just want to say that the pessimism of Dr. Costes was taken away by the Scientific American lead article in 2014, where they talked about mind and the one. In 1975, from PGI, we did a very interesting study of chronic mentally ill people in the community. It was a part of a study where Ms. Suman Gupta, who is there in Chandigarh, Dr. Vig, myself, and Baldev, a psychiatric nurse, we went into the community, studied them, and found a very wide range of needs that are required by the families in the community. Probably one of the first in that area, to be followed by Shaila Pai and others. Unfortunately, Dr. Vig went to Delhi, I went to Bangalore, Suman went into private practice, and nothing happened in terms of an action in the community. However, entered Dr. Chavan in 2005 or so into GMCH, and he started a whole lot of things. How I came to know about Dr. Chavan is again an interesting story I want to relate. In 2008, the Indian Association of Social Psychiatry was meeting in Delhi. And there was a topic in the agenda called Community Mental Health Activities in the Chandigarh city. I had just come back from WHO and I said, my God, what is this? Something very interesting because I'm very fond of Chandigarh and my association there. And there goes up the stage a young man, sprightly, active, and present a whole lot of activities in Chandigarh, which I said, it can't be. I've been in Chandigarh for 10 years, nothing has happened, and how can all this be happening? So after the talk, I went up and said, Dr. Chavan, congratulations, but I want to come and see what you're talking about. And he was very kind, and in the last 13 years, I've visited number of times, and every time I'm impressed by the range of things that he has done in that area. Just to give another example, in the last visit in 2017, after seeing GRID, where we are celebrating the day here, I said, this is unbelievable that's occurring in a developing country. I said, even in a developed country, we don't have this. And I threw up an idea that let's think of an ideal whole city program from birth to the death, what we wanted to call it as comprehensive, coordinated, compassionate, and continuous care, 5 Cs. And immediately he said, Dr. Murthy, we'll do it. In point of fact, we had a whole day workshop with the GRID staff and developed a program, 20-item program, started working on it. Unfortunately, his illness, the pandemic came in the way, and we are revitalized it again with Dr. Preeti, and hopefully we'll make it happen as a tribute to him. That is the background of the man that we are talking about. And this book came up as an idea between Nitin and myself, said we'll do a special issue of the Indian Journal of Social Psychiatry. And we did bring out 6 papers in the October-December 2021 issue on rehabilitation, drug abuse, home care, NGOs, and the caregivers, and the vision document that we had prepared. But then we felt this is too small. 2 other things were driving us. One is that the 75 years of the Indian psychiatry, and also the need for us to look back and look forward to the future, something which Dr. Chavan was very, very good at, more than anyone else I know in Indian psychiatry. So we said that let's bring together, identify about 3 dozen topics and identify leaders in that area who have done work in that area and ask them about the past, present, and the future. We didn't want just some arbitrary type of a topic, but we said, you think of the past, what has happened, what is the current situation, what can be done for the future, and the importance of the leadership. Friends, this book, which is being released, and soon you'll have copies of it in the next 1 month, printed copies and electronic copies, is a real statement of the current situation of Indian psychiatry at the 75th birthday of both the association society as well as the Indian society, independent India. So what have we done in this one is that we asked each one of them, please look at the past, present, and identify what needs to be done in the next 10 years. So we have really an agenda for action in front of us. So when you get the book, you will see about 36 topics written up by experts and presenting the futuristic ideas in this area. To my mind, this is a real tribute to Dr. Chavan, and I am privileged to be with Nitin to co-edit this book and with the full cooperation of the Department of Psychiatry. There are more than half a dozen chapters written by the Department of Psychiatry, and Harneet, one of the ex-students of DMCH, has done a fantastic, colorful cover. You'll see it in a minute or two. And I can keep on thanking a number of you, but I want to hand over to the release of the person. More than anything else, one other thing which happened, you would say that, Dr. Murthy, how have you done it? You are saying that you're going to send it to all the medical colleges. When I was discussing this with a family who had benefited from the services of Dr. Chavan, they said something like this: Dr. Sahab, please give me this opportunity to print this book so that it will be our way of saying thank you to you. What is great is that this family not only are thankful to Dr. Chavan, they said, we want to be anonymous. Please don't mind not mentioning our name. So this is what Dr. Chavan represents. A selfless worker, what I would call it as a karma yogi. Thank you, the family who has given the sponsor. And with these words, I want to introduce Dr. Shakuntala Devi. Shakuntala is the Singh who will be releasing the book. And hopefully the family will receive the book. Shakuntala is a remarkable person. You know, many of you yesterday heard Ajay Singh, who's her husband, talking about Galib and music in an eloquent manner. Both of them represent the pinnacle of professionalism. She is a philosopher. She was the principal of the Joshi Bedekar College. She was the head of the Department of Philosophy. And also she was the postdoctoral fellow of the Indian Society of Cultural Philosophy. And also she is a PhD guide for many people in the Bombay University. She has kindly agreed to release the book and present it to all of you. And with these words, I hand you back. Again, my apologies for not being there. And I appreciate Preeti and the department, Great and Dot, for this opportunity to be virtually with you. Thank you very much.
किन्ने देवन भाई दो बैठ जी बैठ दोबारा कराएं कल ही कराए हैं कल आके गए थे कल मैं लेबोरेटरी करा के अच्छा 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 ठीक है बाहर कराए कोई हो जो भी ठीक हो कोई टैबलेट भी लेंगे हाँ लेंगे नहीं करेंगे मेरा ठीक है 15 दिन में बताएं, ठीक है? हाँ जी। बैठ मोबाइल सच्ची रोड चेक दो हफ्ते दे दो दो हफ्ते दे दो 5 के
अभी चेक कर लो तो आ रहा है ऑडियो।
प्रोफेसर चवन के बारे में क्या बोला जाए और उनके बारे में आपको और ज्यादा क्या बताया जाए जो आप खुद ही जानते हैं? ये तो मेरी समझ में नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी मैं कुछ उनके बारे में बता दूं। उनके बारे में उनकी प्रतिभा को मतलब प्रतिभा का वर्णन करने में मतलब शब्दों का इस्तेमाल मेरे को लगता है कि बहुत ही कम है। वो इतनी मल्टी फेसेटेड पर्सनालिटी थे। 1987 में उन्होंने पीजीआई से एमडी की, एम्स में उन्होंने काम किया, ऑस्ट्रेलिया से उन्होंने फेलोशिप्स की और उसके बाद उन्होंने जीएमसीएच में ज्वाइन किया। अपने कार्यकाल में उन्होंने बहुत काम किया एज डायरेक्टर प्रिंसिपल, जो उनकी बहुत ज्यादा प्रेस्टीजियस पोस्ट है। वो डायरेक्टर प्रिंसिपल जीएमसीएच 32 थी। प्रोफेसर एंड हेड डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ साइकेट्री वो 1996 से थे। डायरेक्टर ऑफ ग्रिड थे, डायरेक्टर ऑफ एमएचआई थे, मेंटल हेल्थ इंस्टीट्यूट। He was head of Human Genetics Center since 2001 and president of NGO for Development. और इसके साथ साथ ही एक रिसर्चर, एक टीचर, एक स्कॉलर, एक थिंकर और बहुत ही पॉजिटिव सोच रखने वाले व्यक्ति। जैसा कि डॉक्टर प्रीति ने भी बताया, डॉक्टर मूर्ति ने तो उनके बारे में जितना वर्णन किया है उससे ऊपर तो क्या कहा जा सकता है कि वो अपने फील्ड में क्या थे। He is a giant in the field of mental health. Community psychiatry और rehabilitation of persons with intellectual disorders and mental illness में उनका बहुत काम रहा। और उनके कुछ इनिशिएटिव्स एक बार फिर से बताना चाहूंगी कि उन्होंने 1996 में ज्वाइन करने के बाद फर्स्ट कम्युनिटी आउटरीच क्लिनिक शुरू किया। ये उनकी तरफ से पहले जो शुरू करने वाली चीजें थी उनमें से एक था। उसके बाद उन्होंने कम्युनिटी डी एडिक्शन कैंप को शुरू किया, जो कि एनुअली होता था 10 दिन के लिए, डी एडिक्शन कैंप। उसके बाद उन्होंने सुसाइड प्रिवेंशन हेल्पलाइन जो 2003 में शुरू की और उसके बाद क्राइसिस रेजोल्यूशन एंड होम ट्रीटमेंट टीम ये बनाए उन्होंने 2013 से, जो कि कम्युनिटी में 9 बजे से 5 बजे तक इमीडिएटली जिसको हेल्प की जरूरत होती थी तो वो वहां पे पहुंचती थी। उन्होंने ग्रिड सेटअप किया और एक मिशन था रिहेबिलिटेट करने का उनको कि जितने भी इंटेलेक्चुअली चैलेंज पर्सन हैं इन एंड अराउंड चंडीगढ़ उनको हम किसी तरीके रिहेबिलिटेट करने की कोशिश करें। तो हमेशा वो इसी बारे में सोचते थे और उसी में काम करते रहे। ग्रिड को डेवलप किया, एक्सपेंड किया ताकि उसमें डायग्नोस्टिक सर्विसेज भी मिले, मेडिकल केयर मिल सके, थेरापेटिक इंटरवेंशन हो सके, वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग वहाँ पे दी जा सके, डिसेबिलिटी सर्टिफिकेशन वहाँ पे मिल सके ताकि उससे पेरेंट्स को भी फायदा रहता है, बच्चों को फायदा रहता है, गार्डियनशिप, होम बेस्ड एंड आउटरीच प्रोग्राम, हॉस्टल फैसिलिटीज और साथ में आरसीआई अप्रूव्ड कोर्सेज को उन्होंने वहाँ पे शुरू किया। एक जर्नल भी शुरू की, जर्नल ऑफ ऑन डिसेबिलिटी मैनेजमेंट एंड रिहेबिलिटेशन। तो ये उनके बहुत ही ग्रेट, तो सब लोगों ने देखा ही होगा कि उन्होंने क्या ग्रेड का कंसेप्ट सोचा और उसको सबके सामने ला के खड़ा कर दिया। आश्रय और स्मृत ये भी उनके बड़े सक्सेसफुल उनके प्रोजेक्ट्स रहे हैं, जिसमें कि सेरेब्रल पाल्सी और इंटेलेक्चुअल डिसेबिलिटी, ऑटिज्म, मल्टीपल डिसेबिलिटीज के सारे लोगों के साथ में ये जुड़े हुए हैं। सिंगल हैंडेडली उन्होंने उम्मीद को खड़ा किया और उम्मीद से लोगों में उम्मीद जगाई। और इस उम्मीद में क्या काम किया जाता है वो भी बताना चाहूंगी। वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग है, लोगों की प्लेसमेंट होती है। जैसे आपने देखा होगा कि उम्मीद के वो जहाँ पे कुछ फूड डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन के काउंटर्स होते हैं वो शहर में बहुत जगह पे हैं। सो ट्रेनिंग, प्लेसमेंट, रिहेबिलिटेशन ऑफ पर्सन्स विद मेंटल रिटार्डेशन, ऑटिज्म, सेरेब्रल पाल्सी एंड मल्टीपल डिसेबिलिटीज, ये वाले बच्चे जो हैं वो उम्मीद की जो इस तरह की जगह है उनमें काम करते हैं। तो ये बहुत ही उम्मीद मतलब उन्होंने जगाई ही नहीं, बस उसको दिखा दिया सबके सामने। और एक बहुत ही अच्छा इनिशिएटिव था जिसमें कि बच्चे निर्भर हो जाते हैं, आत्मनिर्भरता, और पेरेंट्स भी, उनको भी सुकून मिलता है कि हमारा बच्चा कुछ अच्छा काम कर रहा है और उससे उसको आमदनी हो रही है। तो ये भी उनकी जो मिशन रही है उसके कारण उनको रिकॉग्नाइज किया गया और उनको प्रेसिडेंशियल अवार्ड दिया गया 2003 में भी और 2013 में भी उनकी सर्विसेज को रिकॉग्नाइज करते हुए। तो 2 बार उनको प्रेसिडेंशियल अवार्ड से नवाजा गया। बहुत ही अच्छे डॉक्टर और सोसाइटी में कुछ अलग ही सोच रखने वाले व्यक्ति थे और उन्होंने एनजीओ परिवर्तन भी एस्टैब्लिश किया 2009 में, जो कि अब आप देख रहे हैं कि कितने आगे तरक्की हुए हैं। उन्होंने पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप में गवर्नमेंट सेटअप में एक डार्ट सेंटर भी एस्टैब्लिश किया और इस डार्ट मॉडल में भी जो आउट पेशेंट होते हैं, जैसे कि ओपीडी बेसिस पे जो पेशेंट आते हैं, उनके लिए सर्विसेज भी, उनके लिए ट्रीटमेंट भी, उनकी सोशल स्किल ट्रेनिंग भी, वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग और प्लेसमेंट सर्विसेज एक ही छत के नीचे प्रोवाइड करने का प्रावधान किया। तो वो यही कहते थे कि अगर आपने बेसिक नीड्स लोगों की पूरी कर दी तो उनका 40% कम से कम जो मेंटल प्रॉब्लम है उसका सोल्यूशन मिल जाता है। तो और वो ये भी कहते थे कि अगर आप किसी भी व्यक्ति को रिहेबिलिटेट करना चाहते हैं तो उसको किताबें पढ़ के नहीं, बल्कि उसको दिल से सोच के और दिल से काम करके उनके लिए तभी कुछ सफलता पाई जाती है। तो खाली हम टेक्स्ट बुक में पढ़ लेते हैं कि ये कर लिया जाए, वो कर लिया जाए, वो ना करते हुए अगर आप दिल से सोचें कि हाँ हम इनके लिए क्या करेंगे, इनको क्या प्रॉब्लम्स हो सकती हैं और उसको हमको क्या सोल्यूशन देना है, तो उसी से सोल्यूशन आगे आते हैं। वो कितने अच्छे मनोविज्ञान के डॉक्टर थे, ये सब आप सबने सुन लिया है, डॉक्टर मूर्ति ने भी बोला है, डॉक्टर प्रीति ने भी बोला, और एक बहुत ही अच्छे इंसान थे। और मेरे अपने पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस से मेरा उनके साथ काफी लास्ट दिनों में मेरा उनके साथ काफी संबंध रहा कि उनके कार्य को देखने का मौका मिला और उनकी जीवन शैली से भी सीखने का मौका। तो वो हमेशा अपने काम के बारे में ही सोचते थे और काम के बारे में ही बात करते थे। सो आई एम रियली ऑनर्ड कि इस दिन को, जो भी रिसर्च डे इन्होंने सेलिब्रेट करने के लिए ग्रिड और परिवर्तन ने सोचा कि हम उनकी याद में ये दिन मनाएं, उनकी बर्थ एनिवर्सरी जो कि कल है, उसकी याद में हमने ये दिन उनको एक तरह से डेडिकेट कर दिया। सो वी आर वेरी ऑनर्ड और आप सबका भी शुक्रिया करूंगी जिन्होंने यहाँ आके और इस प्रोग्राम को सफल बनाने में हमारी सहायता की। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू मैम। अब हम सम्मानित करना चाहते हैं आज के हमारे मुख्य अतिथि प्रोफेसर जसविंदर कौर जी को, जिसके लिए हम रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं ज्वाइंट डायरेक्टर ग्रिड डॉक्टर प्रीति अरविंद से कि वह हमारे मुख्य अतिथि जी को स्मृति चिन्ह तथा ग्रिड के बच्चों द्वारा बनाए गए प्रोडक्ट का हैंडल देकर सम्मानित करें। अपने ग्रिड के बच्चों द्वारा बनाए गए प्रोडक्ट का हैंडल हमारे बच्चों की तरफ से।
थैंक यू मैम। अब हम बुलाते हैं मिस शिखा त्यागी जी को कि वह आए और धन्यवाद ज्ञापन करते हुए कुछ शब्द कहें।
मेरा नमस्कार। मैं सबसे प्रथम आभार प्रकट करना चाहती हूँ डायरेक्टर प्रिंसिपल मैडम डॉक्टर जसविंदर कौर का, जिन्होंने इस कार्यक्रम को ऑर्गेनाइज करने के लिए हमें काफी प्रोत्साहन दिया और यहाँ उपस्थित होकर इस कार्यक्रम की शोभा बढ़ाई। मैं धन्यवाद करती हूँ डॉक्टर मूर्ति और डॉक्टर नितिन का, जिन्होंने महीनों की मेहनत से आज डॉक्टर चवन की बर्थ एनिवर्सरी पर इस बुक को रिलीज करवाना संभव हो पाया। मैं धन्यवाद करती हूँ डॉक्टर पद्मावती, डॉक्टर शकुंतला सिंह, डॉक्टर अजय सिंह, मिस्टर जितेंद्र का, जिन्होंने अपने बिजी शेड्यूल में से कुछ समय इस कार्यक्रम के लिए निकाला और यहाँ पर आकर हमें अपना योगदान दिया। मैं धन्यवाद करती हूँ डॉक्टर कविता चवन का और उनके परिवार का, जिन्होंने यहाँ पे आके इस कार्यक्रम को हमारे लिए और स्पेशल बना दिया। मैं धन्यवाद करती हूँ जॉइंट डायरेक्टर ग्रिड एंड प्रेसिडेंट परिवर्तन डॉक्टर पी अरुण का, जिन्होंने कार्यक्रम के हर छोटे से बड़े पहलू को अपनी देखरेख में और अपने हाथों से करवाया। मैं धन्यवाद करती हूँ ग्रिड की सभी ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमिटीज का, ग्रिड एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का, GNCH एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का एवं परिवर्तन टीम का, जिनकी इन्वॉल्वमेंट और हार्डवर्क से आज यह कार्यक्रम संपन्न हो पाया। साथ ही मैं धन्यवाद करती हूँ सर सन फार्मास्यूटिकल्स का, जिन्होंने हर तरीके से इस कार्यक्रम को करवाने में हमारी मदद की। और अंत में स्पेशल थैंक्स हमारे ऑडियंस का और सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स का, जिनके बिना यह कार्यक्रम हो पाना संभव नहीं था। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू मैम।
अब समय है चाय पान का। ई सेशन अभी स्टार्ट होगा और रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे कि चाय के लिए आप पान करें। और उसके बाद जो T4 सेशन है, जिसमें हमारी 2 प्रेजेंटेशन हैं और एक इंटरेक्टिव सेशन है एक्सपर्ट के साथ, उसके लिए आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट के वापस आकर हमें फिर से ज्वाइन करें। थैंक यू।
तो मैं इसको ना फोन करूँगा अपना, चलो तो फोन मेरे में लेट ही का है, मैं बस कर दूँगा चले गए। यही चीज़ है, अब उसके चार्जेस के लिए मैंने भी दिया है, ये चार्ज याद रखो।
आप सबको मेरा संदेश पहुंचाऊं. I'm sorry, I'm not able to talk in Hindi. I know there are a large number of families in with Hindi, but I will speak in English. You know, this topic is of great importance to me. Is it audible? Is it okay? Okay, thank you. This topic is of great importance to me and very much connected to the Chandigarh. Let me tell you why. It was in 1973, about 50 years back, when I was sitting in the OPD, one of the parents came with a very severely retarded child with hyperactivity. She said to me that, look, Dr. Murthy, I can't keep him at home. I have to put him in a school. And there is only one good school in Una called Prem Ashram. Unfortunately, they don't have any technical support. Why don't you give them some support? At that time, I was only a postgraduate, not even a qualified psychiatrist. And I went to Dr. Vig and he said, go ahead. Dr. Dwarka Prasad, my colleague, said, I will also come with you. For many years, every month, one Sunday, we used to go by bus, spend time there, learning, helping caregivers as well as the staff. I learned a lot from caregivers, what it means to live with it. Second thing that happened was in 1981, still I was in PGI. I attended a workshop in Bangalore with two parents. I still carry the notes that I made at that time on 30th of November 1981. Mr. Vikram Jetka, who still lives in Manimajra, and Dr. Bedi, who is no more, came with me. We went there for a week-long workshop on self-help groups in Bangalore, came back, tried to start a group, and of course, unfortunately, in January 1982, I moved to Bangalore, and that's what happened. Now, caregivers are the bedrock of mental health care in India. And I'm going to make 5 simple points that you are the most important part of the mental health care. You have many, many needs. Your emotional health is compromised because of caregiving. And it is possible to strengthen you, support you. And I'll give you one example that we are doing in Association for Mentally Challenged in Bangalore, and identify some activities which we need to do to make this happen. Before I do that, I want to tell you that caregiving is very much in the news. Let me just give you 3 examples of that. Mr. Bakshi, one of the caregivers of mentally ill, has written this excellent book, and it is a handbook for all caregivers. And his story of his daughter is in the latest issue of the Reader's Digest. Please have a look at it, where he describes a loving father's remarkable journey from hapless parent to caregiver and advocate after his daughter's heartbreaking diagnosis. One other story that came up 2 days back was from the India Cultural Forum, where Kalpana Karunakaran has described her caregiving experience with her mother who was having Alzheimer's disease. Maithili Sivaraman is herself a very big national figure in the area of Communist Party. She makes 2 statements which I want to read it out to you. Otherwise, this article is worth reading. It's a fantastic article. The contest of caregiving, which binds vulnerable persons and others together, fraught with unequal dynamics between the giver and the receiver. Further, she says, how may the dignity and humanity of those debilitated by the incapacitating illness be foregrounded in the social relationship that surround caregiving? How does caregiving for the world or caring for a loved one transform us, and what questions should we lead us to ask of our institutions and ourselves? Thirdly, many of you would have read about the movie Jalsa, which was just released about 3-4 days back in the Amazon Prime. If you can, do see it. It is centered around a number of issues, complicated issues, but a central thing is caregiving of a professional journalist with a child with cerebral palsy. A cook comes to help her, to look after her. Her daughter gets into an accident and she becomes a caregiver. And then there is a young journalist who is a caregiver for her mother. She's wanting to make some money to bring her mother into Bombay. A whole lot of issues relating to caregiving. The point which I'm making is caregiving is an essential issue for all of us. I'm told by Aditya Vikram Rametra, that there is a press conference going right at this moment in Chandigarh by Caregivers and this voluntary organization. Now let me get to the substance of my talk. Is caregiving important in India? I would say not important is the only thing that is happening in India. It was so at the time of independence. The Bore Committee in 1946 had this to say: if we assume that there are 2 people per 1,000 population with mental illness, we still need at that time 8 lakh psychiatric beds, and we have only 10%. That means 1% of the required patients were in hospital, 99% were in the homes. At that time in England, there were 1/10 of the population of India. They had 15 times more psychiatric beds. That means in India, caregivers have been looking after persons with mental retardation, mental illness, autism, and other things as a primary source of support. So this is a resource which is there, and this is not a passive resource because we have terms like Sambandha, Bandhavya, Anubandha, which tells us that you are an integral part of the care program. Let me just tell you 2 stories from my school where I work as a volunteer service work, Association for Mentally Challenged, which occurred in the last 1 year. One family was a small family, father, mother, child who is about 20 years old, I will call him Raju, and with autism, and the family was going very well. Father was a maestri, he was earning money. The mother was a very capable mother, looked after the child, ran the house. Unfortunately, during the last 1 year, she developed cancer and within a few months died. Suddenly, Raju's father, I will call him Rajan, did not know what to do. He did not have any idea. She didn't even know whether the child had a disability card, whether the pension was coming, and what to do. But in the last 1 year of single parenthood, he has not allowed us to even talk about institutionalization. Said, Dak Sahab, nahi hai, hamari dekhbhal karunga, and he is continuing to do that in spite of many hurdles. Similar is the another family, I'll call her Lakshmi, has 2 children, 2 adult children with mental retardation or intellectual developmental disability. One of them requires dialysis 3 times a week. Other one is very dependent. She said, no, I will look after, because the husband died about 10 years back. She said, I will look after. At the same time, she says, Dr. Murthy, to my colleagues, Divya and Nishchita, what will happen to them if I am not there? And when we continued the discussion, she said at one point, broke down and said, I sometimes wish God takes away my children before I die so that they are not orphans. So this is the degree of commitment of the caregivers that we have in India. Next point I want to go. What are the needs of the caregivers? I want to tell you that in the last 1 year, we have been looking at this at our institution with about 130 children. But my colleagues have looked at the Indian literature. I'm going to present to you some of these findings. Before that, I want to say this is not an Indian phenomenon. For example, 10 years back, 2013, the World Federation of Mental Health had this topic as a topic and concluded caregivers are also less healthy than non-caregivers. This is in rich and poor countries together, and have more chronic illnesses like high blood pressure, heart disease, diabetes, arthritis than non-caregiver supporters. They may also suffer from poor immune function and exhaustion. They may neglect their own care and have higher mortality rates than non-caregivers of the same age. Given these odds, caregivers need to take good care of themselves and to reduce their level of stress, depression, and anxiety. Similar was the decision, the recommendation of the National Cancer Society of USA. Remember, they are talking about rich countries, not poor countries like ours. It is just as important for caregivers to take care of their own health at this time. Family caregivers are affected by their loved one's health more than they realize. Taking care of a sick person often causes physical and emotional fatigue, stress, depression, and anxiety. Because of this, it is important for caregivers to take care of their own body, mind, and spirit. Helping themselves will give them more energy, help them to cope with stress, cause them to be better caregivers as a result. You will ask me immediately, these are all very good. What is the Indian data? In the last few months, my team has looked at 27 papers published from India alone in the last 10 years, from different parts, from J&K to Kerala, describing the needs and the emotional health of the caregivers. It is there as a chapter in the book that was released this morning, but I'll tell you some of the highlights of it. There are three challenges the families face. The first is what I call it the novelty crisis. The second is the reality crisis. Third is the value crisis. What is the novelty crisis? Suddenly having to learn about a condition that they never thought about. Knowledge, information, rules and regulations, all of those things. The second is the reality crisis. Any person with a chronic illness or disability, like in our case, autism or developmental disorders, requires 2 times, 3 times, 4 times more caregiving than an ordinary child. And where do you find that resource? How do you mix it up with your regular life of looking after the family and yourself? But more than these two things, a bigger issue that most parents experience is the value crisis. That the questions of what after me? Why did this happen to me? How do I find a purpose and meaning? The type of a new life you have to get used to. All of you are going through it, so I don't need to describe it, but I'll tell you from the literature what people have said. I know of Major Venkatesh, who started a parent organization in Bangalore. He and his wife Shamala never went for a walk together because one of them will stay with the child, their child Ravi, and the other one would go for a walk, come back, then the other person will have it. Similarly, they hardly went for any function because they wanted to be with their child. From our review of literature, I want to present to you some of the statements which will touch your heart because you are going through the same in your own personal life. One of the things is of information. For example, a parent feels bad. I neglected taking him to the doctor. He says, my son's features were very much like myself. I mean, my speech was delayed. I also learned things very slowly. So I thought my son was also delayed. So I delayed taking him to the doctors. And another parent says that there is so much of information that you are perplexed and thrown into a world of the unknown. And you cannot conclude anything based on that after so much of research and findings. You will be back to square one, feel puzzled and confused. We want to hear as parents good things. Maybe as parents, we may not be in a state of mind to accept that what the doctors, psychologists, social workers are saying, maybe what they are saying is true, but we don't find it easy to understand it, particularly if it is only presented only once. Then they talk about the social problems. Our social has been affected, and my relationship with my spouse is affected. Even sex life is not without what used to be. We don't enjoy anything, and our energy is all spent on looking after our child. It doesn't matter. Then they talk about the social stigma, discrimination. It doesn't matter if people don't help us, but let them not trouble us. This is a mother's statement. Another mother says, people mock us. They shut their doors when we go there. Another mother says, so in social gatherings, people look at our child strangely. They make comments about him. We feel upset. We can't take him out. While traveling on a bus, people comment on his appearance. We feel bad about it. We face a lot of problems in the family also, because often mother is the one who has to take care of, rest of the people get on with it and don't make it a family issue. And the father said very humbly, you know, Dr. Murthy, I used to work overtime, 60 hours a week, partly because I wanted to get away from my daughter at home. He didn't say it out of pleasure, but out of pain. And few other things are, my main fear is what will happen to him after us? Who will take care of him? He has no siblings. I'm trying to keep some savings for him. How will he manage in this society? Be independent, have some work. I have no control over the future. God knows what will happen. I wish I could give him some academic input. Wish we had some government help in this. Another mother says, what helped them? Spirituality has been a very important source, and I'll talk a little bit more about this because this is something which we have to use it in our culture. God has chosen us as his parents because he knew what we would be strong enough to be able to carry him in our arms for as long as we are alive. He is our blessings from God. He is God's child. I feel relaxed and comforted when I pray to God. Faith in God can't cure everything, but it gives me strength to go on. Only one parent out of 20 where we reviewed said, initially I had faith in God, but now I don't, but I do meditation. Parents are convinced that their offspring could be cured if they can remove the effects of God's punishment by prayers and going to various other people, and also share that many people take advantage of us. This is the story of large number of families. Each family has a different story. The story is different in the rich and the poor families. The story is different if the child is male or a female child. The story is different if the child has got associated medical problems or no medical problems. The story is different if the story has got behavior problems or not, and so on and so on. Interestingly, one study for Barwani, Madhya Pradesh, they found that the tribal populations included their persons with disability more than in the urban population. So we have a varied picture. It's not one single picture of yes or no. And this is the need of the families in our country. Now you will say, Dr. Murthy, you have presented a very bad picture. Let me tell you, the figures of people with emotional distress is 50 to 80% from these 27 studies. You will read about it all in the chapter that we have written. In our own area, when we administered a simple 20-item questionnaire called self-reporting questionnaire developed by WHO, we found more than 50% had scores above the cutoff point. Now you'll ask me, what can be done? Is there something that you can do? All of us cannot come to psychiatrists. Psychiatrists will not be able to do everything that is needed by us. Luckily for us, the fourth question that comes, is there an answer? There is an answer in terms of self-care. What we call it as my emotional health, my choice. This is a card that we have developed with 10 items, and we'll be happy to share it with all of you. Let me tell you a little bit about it. Many people say that, look, Dr. Murthy, you are talking about self-care in 2022. But 20 years back, when you wrote the World Health Report or edited the World Health Report, I didn't write it, it's the experts who wrote it. You didn't talk about it. You talked about mental health in primary health care. Why is it so? There were two reasons. At that moment, the WHO wanted to give the message of care and service rather than the personal care. Only 3 years later, they came up with the pyramid where self-care came into the picture. More than that, in the last 20 years, friends, there is an enormous amount of explosion of self-care for emotional health. Interestingly, just this morning when I opened my computer, I saw two articles. One is in the Guardian, the current issue, yesterday's issue of Guardian, which said music is a solution for personal health. Listening to music is as good as going for a walk or losing weight. In the Lancet, this was published in the Journal of American Medical Association. It was a meta-analysis of about 26 studies from all over the world. Similarly, there is a paper in the Lancet where it talked about physical exercise and its benefits for mental health and physical health, and conclude that up to 8,000 steps every day would decrease the occurrence of anxiety, depression, and a number of other things, and also make the persons feel happy and better. So there are 3 books which I would like to refer to you because the time doesn't allow me to tell you more about it. One is, all 3 of them very interestingly written by Indians living in America. One is called Keep Short by Sanjay Gupta, who comes on the CNN as a medical correspondent. He has written an excellent, simple, journalistic book on the value of exercise, sleep, nutrition, yoga, meditation, and being connected. Read it and you will be convinced that all these 5, you make it a part of it, your risk of becoming emotionally ill, physically ill comes down. Similarly, Murthy, who is the Surgeon General of America, has written a book called Together. And in that he has given how community cohesion, being together, being supported is good for physical and mental health. The third author is Dilip Jeste, again an Indian, who was also the American Psychiatric Association president. He has written a book called Wiser, in which he has brought together all the wisdom of Bhagavad Gita, spirituality, religion, wisdom, and shown that all of these things are valuable in terms of coping with adversity in general, coping with chronic illnesses, and caregiving. Please look at these things. And if any one of you need more information, don't hesitate to write to me, and I will send you enormous information. Let me just give you one indication of how big is the research. For example, forgiveness is one of the spiritual components of life, spirituality. Do you know there are 700 articles published in the last 10 years showing simple idea of hidden unforgiveness if it is brought to the forefront and you develop a method of forgiving the person or forgiving that particular hurt and develop a way of coping with it, your mental health improves. You are in chronic illnesses like cancer, your recovery is better, you live longer, and your distress is less. I can go on and talk, but let me tell you how we are doing it in Bangalore in a practical manner. Our organization has about 120 families. This is a second oldest organization called the Association for Mentally Challenged Persons. We have a special school, we have a vocational training center, a shelter workshop, all of those things. And we talked to each of the parents during the last 1 year. Two of my colleagues, Nishita and Divya, talked to them. And they found that initially parents had difficulty expressing their in-depth feelings in the group setting. But slowly they started talking about it. They said, parents said that initially they wanted to talk about the child more than themselves, but gradually they started talking about themselves. When they started talking about themselves, they said the significant worry expressed is, what after me? What happens after us? Similarly, parents shared that they were previously practicing only few of the things that we taught them, and then now they are willing to talk about it. What did we do? We got them together in small groups of 6 to 8 people, not in a big group, as a small working group from morning 10 o'clock till 4 o'clock. In this one, in the morning, 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock, we talked about the 5 things that promote mental health. Exercise, 8 hours of sleep, yoga meditation, nutrition, and connectedness. In the afternoon, we talked about sharing of feelings, journaling, music, thinking differently, and spirituality. All of these things presented not in a classroom type of setting, by an interaction with videos, sharing of the information. And they found at the end of it, they said these things. I was quite worried when I was informed that it will be one long day program. But after I came here, I don't know how time passed so fast. I had learned many things and would like to adopt things that I learned today. Another parent said, it was really nice to be here. I felt relaxed. And he was a man who was in the workshop. I wish my wife was here instead of me, because she needed to hear all these things and adopt in her life more than me, as she is the one who is worried more. Another parent said, I felt like I came for a picnic. Now I also got answers and clarity of thinking on what to do for my child, as well as how I can take care of myself. One more parent said, I'm thankful for this program, for giving me a chance to share my feelings and listening to them without judging. I'm so happy about it. I feel relaxed. Lastly, one other parent said, the program has been useful. I learned a lot. Now I know the importance of self-care, and I'll be happy if you could keep this kind of program more often. We also learn new information, come out from our regular routine, share our experiences, and feel relaxed. So this is something which is needed by the parents. It can be done by every organization. We in our organization have developed written material at this moment in English. We will soon be doing it in Hindi and other languages. But those who would like to take it and do it in your local language will be very happy to do that. We are getting in touch with the state resource centers of National Trust to make it available soon. And we also have developed videos so that it becomes easy to learn all these things. Now, the fifth question which I want to address is, how do we make this a routine for everyone? First and foremost, I want to give a message to the parents who are in the audience. Please remember, you must give importance to your health. हिंदी में बोलना है तो आप सब लोग बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, बहुत बड़ा काम कर रहे हैं. आप सब लोग चाहते हैं कि अपना बेटे को अच्छा करे. मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि सबसे बड़ी बात है कि आपका बेटे और बेटी के लिए सबसे बड़ी सपोर्ट है आप. इसीलिए आप जितना दिन जिंदा रहेंगे, जितना दिन हेल्थी रहेंगे, उतना आपका बेटा बेटी के लिए अच्छा है. ये बात मैंने एक पेरेंट से सीखा. उन्होंने कहा मुझे 40 साल के पहले, डॉक्टर मूर्ति, I have taken retirement prematurely because I know I am the best security for my daughter. So I am going to take care of myself so that I can give the best security. So इसीलिए कि आप सब लोग, मुझे पता है कि आप सब लोग चाहते हैं कि डॉक्टरों से मेरे बेटे का अच्छा करो, मेरे बच्चे को अच्छा करो, बच्ची को अच्छा करो. We will do our best. But equally important, please ask them, Doctor, what can I do to be better, stronger, without my anxiety, depression, my blood pressure or diabetes or cancer becoming a problem? We have a lot of things that we can teach you, both in terms of the simple material like this, but also by developing workshops. So please take it in your hand to become more empowered so that you can be stronger, better, and be a better support to your child. Now, to my professional colleagues who are in the audience, psychologists, psychiatrists, social workers, nurses, NGOs like the Parivartan, like the group which Aditya Verma is heading, asking the Chandigarh administration to convert holiday home into a place for a long stay home. My professional colleagues says that please think of your responsibility as two sides of a coin. One side of the coin is the child or the adult. The other side is the caregiver. Caregiver is as important as the person who has a disability or illness. Secondly, let us bring the best of our knowledge. I told you about music. I told you about this one. I told you about journal. So many things, spirituality. Let us think of simplifying it, making it practical, making it feasible for parents to make this a part of their daily life. Let's create an opportunity every week for people to come together to share their experiences. Don't get afraid once in a while when they say, Doctor Sahab, aap sab kuch nahi kar rahe. That is part of every parent wanting this. So let's develop material, let us disseminate it, let us adopt it to different cultures, different religions, and other things. Let me tell you, this adaptation is occurring in the West much more than here. Bhagavad Gita is about 2,500 years old. Cognitive behavior therapy is less than 50 years old. Duke University about 10 years back developed a religion-based cognitive behavior therapy using Bhagavad Gita. A person by name Dr. Nalini Jutani worked hard and she has developed a manual. I can send it to anyone who wants to use it. A 10 session, 1 hour each, based on Bhagavad Gita, how you can do cognitive behavior therapy, how you can use it yourself to change your own feelings of helplessness. So this type of a thing is available in every religion, every culture. For example, I was told by Dr. Gurvinder that Chadi Kala is a term which is there in Sikhism, talking about hope, resilience. Similarly, it is there in Islam, it is there in Jainism, it is there in Judaism. So let's look at it, what is there to help us become stronger, so that we can be better able to do the thing for the person with the disability as well as take care of ourselves. Lastly, let us not just talk about it like I talked about in the morning. Dr. Costes said, you people talk about it, but you don't act. Chavan was one person who never said, let's talk, but he said, let's act. ये मेरा जिम्मेवारी है, ये काम मेरा भी करना चाहता हूं, and let's put all of this on sound scientific basis by doing research, documenting and disseminating. I coming to the end of my talk. So my talk is one of hope that we have a rich resource of caregivers in this country because of our religion, our culture. Let us strengthen them. Let us show that this model of Indians is relevant. Unfortunately, we have been talking about this for a long time. How long? More than 60 years. Because Dr. Prabhu, one of the very pioneers in mental retardation or intellectual development disabilities, as we call it, wrote as early as 1968 in the Indian Journal of Mental Retardation that family is the biggest asset. Again in 1994, he wrote this in another document. It is high time that we evaluate the strengths and weaknesses of Oriental family and the ability to care for the mentally disabled persons. Similarly, Dr. Radha Shankar from Chennai, who started a self-help group called Asha for mentally ill persons, said this beautifully, the gap that exists between knowledge and practice. She said there is limited holistic understanding of both the difficult circumstances under which relatives look after persons with serious mental illness and disability, as also the emotional and practical challenges they face through the different phases of the illness. Further, she said, consequently, families receive limited support and guidance from professionals, suggesting that mental health establishment often regards families as low-cost, plentiful resource in the community who are required to offset the limitations of the poorly funded mental health community. She says, however, if these primary care providers have to offer long-term sustainable care, it is both ethical and imperative that their needs have to be understood, addressed in a systematic manner. Family caregivers need to be supported, nurtured through programs of information, guidance, and practical assistance. I want to end by saying, of all the people, many people have worked on that. There is a program called in Nambika Nilayam in Vellore for 3 months. In Bangalore, we have done some work in NIMHANS. And as I said, in Association for Mentally Challenged in Bangalore, we have a program called Enrich. That means we say that the program is to empowering families to fulfill their needs and rebuild families through information, skill caregiving, holistic development of the families. That's what we call it as Enrich. But we need to do more. We need to join hands and take this forward, not as a one-off activity, but a lifelong, comprehensive, coordinated, compassionate, continuous care. Again, 5 C's. I'm sorry, I'm talking about many 5s. And I am sure, as we had discussed in 2017-18, to develop a comprehensive care in Chandigarh. I hope this becomes a reality. And I have my full support in your work. Preeti and myself, we talked about it, and we hope we will make it work. That will be a fitting tribute to the memory of Dr. Chavan. I end by saying thank you to Chavan family for giving him to us to do so much in such a short time. We miss him very much. And again to us, let's take inspiration from him and take this baton forward to make this a reality for every family in Chandigarh and every family in India. Thank you again, Preeti, and all of you for this opportunity to talk to you. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Since it's already late, I'll ask if audience has any questions.
And then we can provide the answers. Is that all right?
Yeah, sure. I'm
All right. So thank you so much, sir, for your really enlightening talk. Thank you so much. Vani, would you like?
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Murthy,
Yes.
the topic is really really it's very important for all the caregivers. So not only the caregivers, even for the professionals also.
Thank you.
The solutions and the advice what you have given, really it's very important, because we do get parents asking about the mental health and emotional health. So you have explained very well, and I'm very, very thankful to you, sir. It was really wonderful to be here, and it's a very nice presentation. And I think all the parents also have got good information, and thank you all.
My only one request is please make available my email list. I do only voluntary work. Any one of you, anything you need, I'll be very happy to be of help. That will be my fulfillment of my life's dream. Thank you very much. I've got a lot from Chandigarh.
Thank you so much, experts. जैसा अभी जेडी मैम ने कहा था कि अगर किसी भी पेरेंट्स के किसी भी पर्सन्स के यहाँ पर बैठे हैं जो कोई क्वेश्चन है तो आप लिख के एक्सपर्ट्स को दे सकते हैं, जिनको बाद में टेकअप किया जाए. थैंक यू.
Now, the next talk is on financial planning for persons with severe mental illness and intellectual disability. To chair this presentation, I would like to call upon the stage Mrs. Lamba and Ms. Shikha Tyagi. And I'd like to invite Mr. Jitinder Solanki on the stage to present his presentation. Jitinder Solanki is a financial planning expert who is passionate about helping special needs children families in removing their anxiety towards special needs financial planning. His aim is to bring in the families a sense of empowerment so that they are able to provide for their loved one with special needs and to the whole family. Mr. Jitinder is a SEBI registered investment advisor based at Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh, India, and has earned the much respected professional designation of Certified Financial Planner and Chartered Trust and Estate Planner. He is a postgraduate from IT Roorkee and has spent 15 years in financial services industry. Jitinder is also the founder and the director of Special Needs State Planners Private Limited and a state planning firm working exclusively with the special needs children families on will, trust, and other legal aspects. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, great, and Parivartan for giving me an opportunity to present here my views. And so just to give you a glimpse of what I am going to talk about today. Now, I was listening to Dr. Murthy, and he said it is important for caregivers or parents also to plan for themselves. And when you have a member who have got mental illness or intellectual disability, then I always say to families that your planning is planning for 2 generations. You yourself and then the other family member. And when there is a planning for 2 generations, then financial planning is not an option, but it becomes a necessity, because everything runs on finances. We can plan everything else, but if there are no finances available, then how it's going to sustain? And that's why financial planning is such an important element of our life. Now, when I say it's planning for 2 generations, so that means we are planning for ourselves and we are planning for the family member with mental illness or intellectual disability.
So this is my team who work along with me. I am founder of Plan Special Needs. You can go to the website and learn. A director of Special Needs Estate Planners. Both these organizations works only for special children families exclusively. Dr. Shweta Solanki, she is the other director and a chief consultant. And my better half, she is a disability expert with more than 15 years of work experience. And this is the book which I have written. You will find it on Amazon. It is Financial Planning for Families Having Children with Special Needs. So what I'm going to talk about today, you will find a detailed work in the book where I have spoken about how to go about planning for the finances and how to go about planning for what after us. What are the legal aspects families have to plan. So we'll understand a bit about what is financial planning, why I'm talking about, why it is so important. 5 building blocks of special needs planning. These are the 5 blocks on which your future and your family member future rest. And what after us? How do you plan for what after us? Though I'm not going to go much in detail with a limited time, but I'm going to touch upon what are the tools which help you plan when we say what after us. Now, for a financial life plan for the family, as I said, it's planning for 2 generations. So it's planned for sibling future. If there is any sibling future, it's planned for special needs future, and it's planned for parents future. So there are 2 generations involved when you are planning for the future. And that's why I say when you have 2 generations, then financial planning, and I make my statement, you will find it in the book also. So many times I've written that financial planning is a necessity, not an option. You can't say that I will leave financial planning and plan for rest of it. No, the finances will come. You will be able to manage the finances only when you plan it ahead in your life. So what is special needs planning all about? So it's a roadmap which integrates traditional planning with unique requirement of a special need plan, a family. So what are traditional? In traditional planning, we plan for, say, house, we have to plan for children education, we have to plan for our own retirement. So that's a traditional planning. And a special needs, what is the unique planning for a special needs family? When you are planning for the family member with mental illness or an intellectual disability. So ineffectively, you have to make 2 plans. And when you integrate both these plans, then you complete your financial planning for your entire family. It's also an effective financial and legal strategy. Why I'm saying a legal strategy? Because when you are planning for your family member future, then there are legal issues involved. And unless and until you address those legal issues, there will always be going to have complications in the future. That's why when you are planning for the future, both your financial and legal strategy have to integrate with each other. Formation of will, trust, and guardianship. These are the 3 elements of legal strategy where the future rests. And also, when you plan for the future, you actually define your vision for your child. What is your vision? And unless and until you communicate your vision to other family members, nobody else will come to know how do you want your child to be treated in the future. 5 building blocks of special needs planning. Budgeting, I'll talk about it. Estimating lifetime cost. Now, if I can ask how many parents know what is the money they have to leave behind for their child future? So has any parents calculated it? Do you know how much money you have to leave behind? Now, if you do not know how you're going to fund the lifelong care, which can be for 20 years, 25, 30 years, and then your future is also involved. And that's why estimating lifetime cost is so important. Setting goals. How do you set goals for the family member who has got a unique requirement which is lifelong? Retirement planning. It's so essential because your retirement planning is about 2 generations, not only about yourself, but about your family member future. And setting that safety net. a safety net which will provide a secure future. What are the elements of that safety net? Now, this is a timeline which, as I said, you will find it in the book, and this is the basis of my complete book which I have written. Now, what is a timeline? It's if you look at it, there are 5 stages which I have worked out. Each stage, there is certain requirement which is coming up. Stage 1 is minority. Stage 2, when the person moves to an adult phase. Stage 3 is when he's moving to an external environment. Stage 3, the first parent death. Stage 4, the second parent death. And end of the family member lifetime. Now, what this timeline gives you, if you can calculate or if you can demarcate what is the requirement at each of these life stage, this timeline can actually help you plan what is coming up in the future, and I should be ready for it today. And the number of families we are associated with, we all base our planning on this timeline. And that's why it becomes so important. So let me talk about preparing a budget. How many of you prepare a separate budget for the member with intellectual disability or mental illness? How many of you create a separate budget? We all manage a family budget, right? We know what is our income coming in. We know how much is expenditure we are having. But are we creating a separate budgeting for him? And why this budgeting is important? Budgeting is basis of all financial planning we do. Even in normal course also, budgeting is the first basic principle of any financial planning. So how many of we are doing budgeting? So when you are preparing a budget, create a separate budget for special needs member. And this has been so important element, the number of families we have done planning with, that without budgeting, it is very difficult to estimate the lifetime cost. Can you open the Excel special need expenses? I'll show you a simple chart which we use, which is there in the book. And also I'll tell you, we have created an online calculator for this, where you can input the figures and it gives you the numbers of how much corpus you need. Last one. Yeah. So this is an expense worksheet only for special needs. This is not a family budget sheet. So we have divided into 4 parts: living expenses, if there is house rent, utilities, day-to-day care, domestic help, driver expenses, go down. Yeah, just show it once. Day-to-day care, domestic help, driver expense, down. Another heading, child personal needs, food, outings, clothing, other expenses, schooling cost, transportation, clothing, any coaching. Then go down. Special equipments, if at all it is required. And then the last heading, any miscellaneous expenses, insurance premium you are paying for him or her, down. Health needs, doctor visit, therapy, medicines, transportation, social and recreational entertainment, mobile internet, vacation, outings. You are actually creating a complete separate budget for the special needs member. And this is very important. Family budget, you will never be able to know how much money you are spending, and when I'm going to show in the next part why lifetime cost estimation is so important. Presentation. And it's not a task to do. You can do it as simple as Excel. We have created in Excel, though we have created an online calculator also, but we have created in Excel, and many families do it in Excel. Yeah. Okay. Create a separate budget, include all probable expenses. If you are creating budget for the first time, there will always be an assumption, because most families would not know how much actually they are spending. Monitoring expenses for few months to bring accuracy and accommodate changes in the budget with life stages. So budgeting, creating a separate budget, much like you do a family budget, for managing your month-on-month cash flows, for knowing how much you require for the future, it's important that you create a separate budget for the special need member. Unless and until you create a separate budget, estimating lifetime cost is not going to help. Now, why I am saying estimating lifetime cost is so important. जैसे मैंने पहले सवाल पूछा था, कितना कॉर्पस छोड़ के जाना है? अगर we are all answering a question, what after us? Now we are looking at residential center, but are we looking at the money issue? How much money the residential care have to be funded with so that a lifetime care can happen? So that's where you need an estimating a lifetime cost. I'm going to go directly on the explaining you with a simple case study how it is done. What does it mean? So a 25-year-old Vicky is a person with disability. Gaurav age 55 years. Wish to estimate corpus. We assume Vicky life expectancy to be near 70 years. If inflation is 7%, growth of corpus is 8%. And inflation and taxes are the two devil which hit your family future planning, which will hit your finances not now, but 20 years down the line. And unless and until we address it today, it won't help. Say these are the expenses, and that's why I said why managing a separate budget is so important. We have calculated a monthly expense only for Wiki, 38,500 on various heads. It's a monthly expense which is happening. Now this is actually a real life case study. We have done it for a family. So his yearly expense is 4,62,000. Today is 35 years. We are planning up till 70 years. We are assuming a life expectancy. 35 are the lifetime years. So Gaurav need a corpus of 1.36 CR today to leave behind, which will ensure that wherever Vicky lives, the finances will always be available. And that's why I said it is so important. Unless and until I know this amount, it is very difficult for me to say that whatever finances I have, they are enough for my child care. Because from the same money, even my future planning also rests. Factors to consider: life expectancy. Their financial planning is always based on assumptions. So there will be assumptions, life expectancy, accurate expenses. You can monitor it and come to a conclusion. Inflation for special need member is higher because there are healthcare expenses. So my household budget calculate on 7%, but when it comes to education and healthcare, they are always at 10%. And that's why I'm saying financial planning is a necessity, not an option. Because the inflation is higher, you add on taxes on it, and it is going to hit hard in the future. So that's why estimating lifetime cost is important. Building block 3 is setting goals. Now we all set goals in life. We say we want to buy a house, we want to buy a car, but how do you set goal when you have a special need member? His requirement is lifelong and is a constant requirement, but that requirement is increasing year on year with inflation. It is increasing. A monthly expense of 48,500 would be different 10 years down the line. And as I said, this is the basis of all planning. Draw this timeline and you will be able to set goals. Now, how do you set goals for a special need member? You can divide expenses into short term, medium term, and the long term, and you can set goals. And this setting goals becomes so important. Building block 5 is retirement planning. The parents who have already reached to a retirement phase, now the issue there and the most biggest concern is what after us. But the largest concern I would say is how the finances would happen. How will you divide finances between you and between the special need member? So unless and until you know how much you require and how much child require, you won't be able to figure it out that whether the money you have accumulated is enough for both of you, for both the generations. And that's why retirement planning is so important. It should include your retirement, special need expenses, residential needs, and the savings required. Residential needs is a challenge today. It will remain for the time being. So what it includes: special needs care plan, cash flow requirement. Parents your caregiver own retirement cash flow. You are reaching towards an old age. Your cash flow has to happen. You need a cash flow to sustain for yourself because you are not going to work anymore. So I have to divide between both of the family members. Then only I can manage my expenses or my earnings, and I'll say it's enough. And both the requirements are different. And there would be always other expenses which comes out, gifting, traveling. So expenses tends to increase with inflation, and taxes play a double hit. And that's why I say you need to plan. And health emergencies can always come up. The process remains the same. If somebody is in young age, he wants to plan for retirement, the process will remain the same the way we have calculated the lifetime cost. How do you calculate? Again, the same case study. I have taken the same age, but just reduced Gaurav age for 45 years. So when Gaurav is at 45, he need to estimate what he requires at retirement. This is how you calculate family expenses and special need expenses separately. And that's why it is so important. The same figures, the family expenses are 34,000, leaving special need expenses. And the wiki expenses are 38,500. On the same line, if I calculate the retirement expenses, for wiki care, the retirement is required 3.35 CR. Now, these all figures are coming because it's still a 15 years for retirement. And there would be benefits coming from the employer. The more benefits coming, the more it reduced. But as I said, there is one more requirement on your own corpus. And if I calculate your own corpus, another 2.5 CR add to the corpus. And that's why planning is so important, because from the same money, you are planning for your future also, and you are planning for special need future also. So when you are planning for retirement, identify the corpus needed at retirement. Identify it separately. Then only you will be able to do the justice with the money. The corpus should include the person with disability expenses. What if there is a shortfall? How are you going to manage it? Can you adjust today's cash flows for tomorrow's requirement? Sometimes we say to parents that prepare yourself for more working years if you face a shortfall. Maximize employer benefit. Evaluate the support which you will read, financial or non-financial. And evaluate probabilities of relocation. Next, the building block is the safety net. Now, what safety net you can set up to ensure that even after you, the money is available and the care is available? Can you have that safety net available? The first safety net is health insurance. Now, after pandemic, we all know how much health insurance is important. In fact, it has taken priority over life insurance now. You need to cover yourself adequately. First, that's the first thing. You should have your health insurance for your own. Because any health emergency comes up, it will reduce the money you have if you are going to utilize your funds. Employer insurance, somebody is working, may not be enough. Insurance for intellectually disabled and mental illness, they have started now. There were 2 changes which were made in 2018 and 2020. Changes for good. There was a Mental Health Act 2017 which clearly states that every insurer should make provision for health insurance for treatment of mental illness. On the same line, the insurance regulator came out in 2018, directing all insurers to help availing medical insurance for treatment of mental illness. So there are clear guidelines, and the mental illness treatment for mental illness has been covered in health insurance now. On the same line, 1st October 2020, the regulator came out with a guidelines, a list of treatment that need to be mandatorily covered by all insurers. Behavioral and neurodevelopment disorders, genetic disease and disorders have been included now. But it may take some time because insurers themselves are identifying the amount of risk they will face. So it will take time, but you will see health insurance covering all kind of disabilities. Life insurance. Now, one of the important elements for funding for your special need care. Because any shortfall, the life insurance can always fund it. And one of the most good things which has happened in last few years, that life insurance, a pure life insurance, is available till 100 years of age now. And whenever you are taking a life insurance, we always go for a life insurance with policies which can give in return. They won't be able to meet your requirement today because the premiums are high, the returns are low. And life insurance you need today, if something happens to me, the parent answer a question, what after us? The life insurance answer a question that after me, if there is a shortfall, I can fund that cost. And that's why life insurance is important. I'm talking about only term insurance, no other insurance policies. All other insurance policies are a costly affair. It won't help you much, but it won't also end you result which can help the fund for special need care. Specific policies not available today. Many parents ask us, are there any specific policies on life insurance available for special need life? No, they used to be available from LICs, but no more they are available. And it becomes an important estate for funding of your special need care after your lifetime. Whenever death happens, 60, 70, 80, the life insurance pump in the funds which your child requires. Now, for the case study, I go back. Gaurav needs 3.3 crore at retirement for the son care, 2.25 for himself. Suppose he is able to accumulate 3. Where is the rest of 2 crore will come from? He buy a life insurance of 2 crore. Whenever he dies up till 100 years of age, that 2 crore come to the son's the trust account or the trust setup if for the child care. So life insurance is such an important tool for an instant funding for the child care. And many families do not cover themselves. And when I say life insurance, it means both parents need life insurance because both life, the special need life is dependent on how both of the parents are living. One might be just taking 24/7 care and one might be earning only. But as I said, life insurance doesn't mean any life insurance policy. It means you know how much you need to cover for yourself. And these are the elements you need to actually calculate how much you need. As we have calculated the lifetime cost, that's what the basis of taking a life insurance. And I'm again telling today, life insurance is such an important tool for a funding of your child care after your lifetime. It will bridge any shortfall which you might face tomorrow. Investments, I'm not going to go deep into investment, but this is what being implemented by most of the families. And this is applicable even when you have retired. Now you have corpus accumulated. How do you invest? The corpus has to sustain a lifetime, 2 generations lifetime, one for my generation, one for my child generation. So how do you divide that corpus? What do you do with that corpus? You can't just take it and fund it because, as I said, inflation taxes are 2 devils which you always have to fight with. And the amount of money you leave behind without addressing this issue, it might just run out in the next 20 years. Though you require the money for next 30 years. So what will happen for the last 10 years? That's why investment is so important. And one of the strategies which have been successfully implemented by quite a few families is the bucketing strategy. Now, what is bucketing strategy? To simply explain, form buckets, 5, 6 buckets based on the different requirements. Say, for example, bucket 1, just meeting for emergencies. Bucket 2, meet your next 3 years expenses. Bucket 3, meet from 3 to 10 years expenses. Bucket 4 is always for 10 years down the line. And bucket 5 is for any liquid investment you might need. Now, how does it help? Because no single investment can fulfill all these goals. That's one of the mistakes which is being done, that one single product can fulfill all the goals. No, it never happens. So whenever you are investing money, even when you have retired, always take up the bucket strategy, and you will see that it helps you in getting those desired results which you want. Next question comes, what after us? What will happen after us? How will we, what are the legal issues which needs to be addressed? What after us, the most common concern is the residential care. What will happen? But along with the residential care, there are so many legal issues which needs to be addressed. Who will manage the affairs of your child after you? Who will manage the financial affairs of the child after you? If you leave affairs to an individual member, he also has to ask the same question, what after me? Because he is an individual. There is no guarantee on the continuity. So what will happen about when you say, what after us? Now, tools of estate plan. These are the tools which you utilize. A will. Will is so important. How many of you written a will? किसी ने भी नहीं लिखा है will अभी तक. So when you are answering a question, what after us? उसमें सबसे पहला तो यही है कि estate distribution special need को जाए. बिना will के तो होगा नहीं वो. तो जो पहला एलिमेंट है वही अभी फुलफिल नहीं हुआ. सेकंड पे तो मैं बाद में जाऊंगा. बिकॉज अगर विल नहीं है तो एस्टेट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन तो इक्वल है सब फैमिली मेंबर्स को. बट यू डू नॉट वांट दैट. यू वांट कि सब कुछ ट्रस्ट में जाए या सब कुछ स्पेशल नीड के पास जाए. दैट वोंट हैपन अनलेस एंड अंटिल यू हैव अ विल. एंड executing without a will is a long run process. So what will happen during that period? Who will provide the finances? So we need to answer that question. That's why living will was made applicable by the Supreme Court, and in mental act there is already a provision of health directive, but that is only for mental illness. Beyond mental illness, today there is a living will, which is a health directive to the doctor physician, that if I reach to a situation of say old age and if I am hospitalized, what should be done in that scenario. So living will is a health directive to the physician, and living will is for yourself. And families who have already reached to a higher age, you will also have to think about your old age, the same way you are thinking about your child future. Private trust, I am not talking about today about private trust because it requires a 2-3 hours workshop to talk about detail. But private trust is one of the important elements which can answer the continuity of your child care. Guardianship, legal guardianship is important. Who is going to be the next guardian? Who is going to be the caregiver, the next caregiver? And it's so important because if you do not have a trust, the same guardian will manage the finances also and the personal care also. Whomsoever you appoint, do you know whether he is capable of managing the finances or not? What if in between he leaves and he says, I cannot manage all things? Then what are the options you have? Now, all these questions when you ask, you actually answer the continuity of child care. How you can answer the continuity? What will happen? Will it continue as you are wanting? And letter of intent. Letter of intent is actually a letter of wishes. You know about your child so much. Do the next legal guardian know? If not, can you provide him a document which says, this is my child, this is about him, this is about his life, and this is how I wish he should be taken care of. And that's what you write in the letter of wishes, letter of intent as we call it. Letter of intent. And you can see it covers the complete life of your child right from the day he's born. What worked, what did not work for healthcare. To just give you an example, you do not want a situation where you have appointed a guardian, he doesn't know about your child care, and one day something happened to you, and the guardian is like, he's in a confusion state. What should I do? I don't know anything. So letter of intent become a good guiding resource to provide all the people who are going to be involved in the child care after your lifetime. And families come to me asking what is the first document I should create. I always say create a letter of intent. It will clear so many doubts of you. It will answer so many questions for you. And when you talk about estate planning options, you have 4 alternatives. Should I distribute asset to the sibling or family member who will look after the care of person with disability? Should I gift all the asset to person with disability and let the legal guardian manage it? Should I establish a family trust? Or should I distribute asset to the residential care and let them manage? These are the 4 alternatives available on the finances part. Which one suits my requirement, I have to analyze and see which is best for my child care. Though this is not much clear, but this is a kind of an estate plan which we have built up. It's like the first is the living arrangement. And when you are looking at living arrangement, whatever life stage you are, you have to answer many questions. Is it in the same city or is it going to be another city? If it is in another city, am I going to shift to that city? If now, then you have job opportunities there. If after retirement you are planning this, then do we get all the facilities? Will my child will be able to adapt to that situation? So all these questions you have to answer. Then come the legal guardianship. Who will be the legal guardian? When the child is minor, the parents are natural guardian. The moment child turns 18, parents are no more legal guardian. They have to take up the legal guardianship. But who will be there after you? And you have to analyze about that person. Is he capable enough of managing all the affairs which I want? What if he says no tomorrow? Do I have an alternative? And if I am leaving all the finances to him, can he continue managing the finances till my child care? So all these questions have to be answered. For me, when you are writing a will, how should your assets should be distributed? Should it go to your wife first and then to the trust and to the child, or part of it goes to the wife, goes to the child? In whatever way you want to plan, unless and until you pen it down, nobody in the world will come to know. And if you do not have a will, the simple legal implication is everything is distributed as per Succession Act. Your child won't get the amount as per your wish. He will get the amount as per the Succession Act. And that is one of the major implications of will. And we have been handling so many cases where will is not written. And we have been finding it really difficulties. The lengthy procedures which are involved in claiming those assets. Forming a trust. So when you form a trust, you actually create a continuity of managing the financial affairs. Then everything goes to the trust. Whether it goes today, tomorrow, you can plan. And then letter of intent. This is your estate plan. This has to be on paper. The legal documents has to be there today. So that when you say what after us, it's not only about residential requirement. It's about how my money is going to be spent, in what format, who is going to manage it. Are there people whom I can trust? If not, can I create a legal framework which can ensure continuity of my child care, whatever happens in the family? So you need to answer this question today. So checklist, whenever you are identifying a guardian or next caregiver, do you want a separate guardian for personal and financial affairs? Is he aware about your child needs? Does he know how he will have to bring a change in his life? Will special need member live once the guardian takes your role? So where is the guardian? Same city, another city? And that's why I say it can become challenging if you leave everything to the guardian, finances and personal both. How is going to manage finances if he is living in another city? And how guardian will be paid for the cost? Never ever take it for granted that whomsoever you appoint will do the work for free. Never ever take that. Because he is going to take up a role which is a legal role in the eyes of law. He's going to take up that role for the next 25 years. Anything wrong happens, he is going to be held responsible. And that's why I say never ever take it that whether it's a trustee for your trust or whether it's the role of a legal guardian, that everything will happen for free. And an ecosystem. This is what we are saying to families, that you need an ecosystem under which all care and everything can just ending it on the last slide. So you need an ecosystem. The legal guardian, the institution, the trust, all should be in sync with each other. You cannot have a situation where trustees do not talk to legal guardian does not know what is happening, and the institution does not communicate to the legal guardian, but communicate to the trust as and when they want. So you need an ecosystem, you need to build an ecosystem, and only you can build it. As a parent, as a caregiver, only you can build it. Nobody in the future will build it. So that's why it's so important that you plan for it comprehensively. These are the elements which needs to be addressed today, because it is going to impact the future whenever it happens. Okay. So this is the last slide for me. Plan special needs. You will find we have built up a lot of resources. There is a letter of intent e-course. You can write, complete your letter of intent. You have test for you. We have a special needs calculator also. You can work out the corpus you need. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
I would like to thank Mr. Solanki for such a knowledgeable talk on how to manage the finances of the persons with mental disabilities or persons with mental illness, because the caregivers have a Herculean task how to manage all this. And then I would like to thank Dr. Preeti Arun and Mrs. Vani Ratnam and all the other dignitaries here for coming here, and for Dr. Preeti Arun to make this possible for us to be in such a forum, and that also on such a special occasion of the eve of Dr. Chavan's birthday. And we are all missing him a lot, and he will be in our hearts forever. May God bless his soul and rest in peace. And I hope that we are able to carry forward his legacy, and may God give us strength to carry on. And I'm sure he will bless us from above for this. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Jitendra, and thank you, experts. Now we want to honor Dr. R. Padmavati by presenting memento and the hamper of articles made by GRID students. So for this, we will request Joint Director GRID, Dr. Preeti Arunji, to present the memento to Dr. Padmavati. This is the article made by the GRID students.
So now we want to honor Mr. Jitendra Solanki by presenting memento and the hamper of articles made by grade school students. So please come on the stage. And again, I want to request Joint Director GRID, Professor Preeti Arun. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay, so now we are going to start the interactive session with the experts. So for this session, we'd like to call upon the stage Dr. Jitendra P.S. Solanki to join the stage with Shika ma'am. Please, sir. अगर किसी के ऑडियंस में से कोई क्वेश्चन है, यस।
नमस्कार, आप सभी हमारे दोनों स्पीकर्स की बहुत ही पेशेंस के साथ सुनी। मैं आशा करती हूँ कि आपको दोनों ही लेक्चर से कुछ ना कुछ जरूर फायदा हुआ होगा। अगर किसी भी जो भी लेक्चर्स आज हमारे हुए डॉक्टर मूर्ति का और मिस्टर जितेंद्र का, अगर आप लोगों के कुछ भी सवाल हैं उसमें, तो भी आप डायरेक्टली मिस्टर जितेंद्र से पूछ सकते हैं जो अभी हमारे साथ अवेलेबल है। मैं रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ केयर गिवर से या फिर जो भी हमारे यहाँ पे मेंटल हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल्स बैठे हैं कि अगर उनके कोई भी सवाल है तो वो डायरेक्टली अभी सर से नेक्स्ट 15-20 मिनट्स का जो हमारे पास टाइम है उसमें पूछें।
नमस्कार, मैं सभी पेरेंट्स की तरफ से अपने ज्वाइंट डॉक्टर प्रीतिकरण प्रिंसिपल आरवानी रत्नम जी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करती हूँ, जिन्होंने आज बहुत देर के बाद हमें ये प्लेटफॉर्म मिला जिसमें हमारी कुछ क्वेरीज थी। पहला सेशन था डॉक्टर मुरली जी का, वो मूर्ति सॉरी, उनका ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट था। दोबारा से मैं मैम का धन्यवाद करती हूँ डॉक्टर प्रीति अरुण का, जिन्होंने मुझे जबरदस्ती बैठ के बिठाया और वाकई में अगर मैं इसको ना सुनती तो बहुत चीजें मिस करती। दूसरा, डॉक्टर जितेंद्र ने जो भी बताया वो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट था हमारे लिए। सर, मेरा एक क्वेरीज है, हम लोग रेजिडेंशियल केयर चला रहे हैं, होम चला रहे हैं, और जो बातें आपने बताई सच में बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है पेरेंट्स के लिए। उसमें एक हमारे पास बच्चा है रेजिडेंशियल केयर में, उसके फादर थे सिंगल पेरेंट और वो कुछ बाई चांसली 4-5 इयर्स पहले वो मिसिंग हुए। मिसिंग के बाद पता लगा कि उनका मर्डर हो गया, डेथ हो गई, और पेरेंट्स ने बच्चे के लिए बहुत कुछ इकट्ठा किया, लेकिन उसने किसी को इंटीमेट नहीं किया, ना किसी फैमिली मेंबर को लीगल गार्डियन बनाया, या उनको फेथ नहीं था घर में क्या डिस्प्यूट था, ना उन्होंने होम को बताया, रेजिडेंशियल केयर में भी नहीं बताया कि मैं बच्चे के लिए कुछ कर रहा हूँ, मैं सिंगल पेरेंट हूँ, कभी भी कुछ हो सकता है। 5 इयर्स से वो बच्चा हमारे पास है, और उसके बाद उसकी कोई सिस्टर है, बुआ है बच्चे की, तो वो क्लेम करने लगी पैसे को बैंक में जाकर। बैंक में अच्छा पैसा उन्होंने फादर ने उसके नाम से किया हुआ है, लेकिन इंटीमेट नहीं किया, कोई बिल नहीं बनाई, किसी को पता ही नहीं क्या है, हमें भी नहीं पता। तो जैसे बैंक के पास गई तो बैंक को हमारा पता लगा, वो हमारे पास आए, जो बच्चे के अकाउंट में था वो तो उन्होंने ट्रांसफर कर दिया। उसके बाद कुछ एफडीआर हैं फादर के नेम की, वो उसके सिस्टर उठा के ले गई है। कोई लीगल गार्डियन नहीं है बच्चे का, और बच्चे का राइट बच्चे को नहीं मिल रहा। पैसा छोड़ के गए हैं पेरेंट्स, अपनी तरफ से उन्होंने इंश्योरेंस किया हुआ है कि बच्चे का पैसा है, लेकिन ना तो हमें मिला, हम फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट बच्चे को रख के बैठे हैं, है उसका, अगर नहीं होता तो हम जरूर रखते, हम तो बच्चे को नहीं छोड़ सकते। कभी भी उसके किसी फैमिली मेंबर ने उसकी केयर नहीं करी, उसको पूछा नहीं 5 साल से कि उसकी क्या नीड्स हैं। तो उसके बावजूद वो FDR वगैरह सब कुछ उसके पास है बुआ का, और हमें तो पता ही नहीं कि उसके पास क्या था। बैंक ने थोड़ा सा हमें इंटीमेट किया कि उसका काफी पैसा है। तो हमें ये बताइए कि जो ये गलती हो चुकी है उसको कैसे इम्प्रूव करें।
यहाँ पे एक बहुत बड़ा कंफ्यूजन है जिसकी वजह से ये सिचुएशन होती है, वो ये कि बैंक में जनरली हम लोग नॉमिनी अपॉइंट कर देते हैं। ओके, आपने अकाउंट खोला है, FD करी,
नॉमिनी है बच्चे की,
नॉमिनी
है, नॉमिनी क्या हुआ?
बैंक का रोल इतना होता है कि वो नॉमिनी को पैसा दे देता है, उसके बाद उसका कोई रोल नहीं है। जो जो उनकी सिस्टर जो पैसा मिला उनको
मिला नहीं है, FDRs हैं,
FDRs है, वो बैंक में ट्रांसफर किया होगा इस बेसिस पे कि शी वुड बी द नॉमिनी इन दोज अकाउंट, अदरवाइज बैंक ट्रांसफर नहीं कर सकता।
नहीं सर, बैंक ने ट्रांसफर अभी तक नहीं
किया है, नहीं बैंक ट्रांसफर
पैसा बैंक के पास ही है, लेकिन वो किसी के यूज तो नहीं हो रहा।
नहीं, एक्चुअली क्या आता है ना कि अगर विल नहीं है और नॉमिनी नहीं है तो वो सक्सेशन का केस बनता है, उसमें बैंक विदाउट डॉक्यूमेंट्स किसी को कोई पैसा नहीं देगा। ठीक है, बैंक आप डिमांड करेगा सक्सेशन सर्टिफिकेट। ठीक है, वो सक्सेशन सर्टिफिकेट ये प्रूव करता है कि सिस्टर का तो राइट ही नहीं होगा, पहला
बुआ है, बच्चे की
बुआ है, बुआ का कोई राइट नहीं है लीगली, सब कुछ जो है वो बच्चे का है। ठीक है, तो बुआ को बैंक वो पैसा नहीं देगा, सब कुछ जो आएगा वो बच्चे को आएगा लीगली, क्योंकि पहला राइट वाइफ और चिल्ड्रन का होता है। अगर वो नहीं है तब जाके सिस्टर्स ब्रदर्स इनके पास जाता है, तो इसलिए लीगली तो वो क्लेम नहीं कर पाएंगी और बैंक भी उनको नहीं देगा जब तक वो ये प्रूव ना कर दे कि वो इसकी प्रॉपर लीगल हायर है। ठीक है, बट लीगल हायर बच्चा है। अगर बच्चे के अलावा कोई और फैमिली में नहीं है तो बच्चा पूरा का पूरा लीगल हायर है, उसका पूरा पैसा उसको आना चाहिए। लेकिन इसके लिए कुछ लीगल डॉक्यूमेंट्स लगते हैं, वो लीगल डॉक्यूमेंट्स आप हेल्प कर सकते हैं, वो लीगल डॉक्यूमेंट्स सबमिट करने में, और तब आप जाके उसको क्लेम कर सकते हैं बच्चे के बिहाफ पे। लेकिन अब यहाँ पे एक सबसे बड़ा इशू वो ये आया कि लीगल गार्डियन कौन बनेगा।
यस,
लीगल गार्डियन कौन बनेगा वो एक सबसे बड़ा इशू है, और यहाँ पे अनफॉर्चुनेटली विदाउट लीगल प्रोसीडिंग्स कुछ हो नहीं सकता। तो सबसे पहले बैंक यही पूछेगा कि लीगल गार्डियन कौन है, क्योंकि मैनेज करने के लिए तो लीगल गार्डियन के पास ही आएगा। अब लीगल गार्डियन के लिए या तो फर्स्ट ब्लड रिलेटिव होता है जो उसकी बुआ हो सकती है, तो शी कैन क्लेम टू बी एज अ लीगल गार्डियन। अगर उनको आप नहीं बनने देना चाहते हैं तो फिर वो एक एक्चुअली में लीगल फाइट होगा, फिर वो प्रॉपर इसमें फिर लीगल इम्प्लीकेशन है, आपको कोर्ट में ये फाइट करना पड़ेगा कि इस बच्चे के लीगल गार्डियन शी कैन नॉट बिकम।
एक्चुअली सर उनके भी 4-5 मतलब चाचा और बुआ हैं, बाकी सब लोग ये चाहते हैं कि बच्चे का राइट बच्चे को मिलना चाहिए। सिर्फ एक बुआ ही है, वो लॉक खोल के सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स वगैरह FDR वगैरह ले आई। FDR जो है उसके फादर के नेम से है, जो बच्चे के नेम से वो उन्होंने बैंक ने हमें ट्रांसफर कर दिया।
तो मैं समझ गया, वो डॉक्यूमेंट्स ले आए, पर उन डॉक्यूमेंट्स का वो कुछ नहीं कर सकते। ठीक है ना, क्योंकि उसमें फर्स्ट तो बैंक नॉमिनी को देगा, उसमें नॉमिनी कौन है पहले ये देखना पड़ेगा। अगर बच्चा है ना,
बनाया वो उसके फादर,
हाँ, तो बच्चे के पास ही आएगा, बैंक किसी और को ट्रांसफर कभी नहीं करेगा। ठीक है, सिर्फ वो डॉक्यूमेंट्स की बात है, वो आप डुप्लीकेट डॉक्यूमेंट निकलवा सकते हैं। सिर्फ एक इशू जो आपको आएगा वो ये कि क्योंकि इसमें लीगल गार्डियन की जरूरत होगी, बिना लीगल गार्डियन के शायद बैंक ना ट्रांसफर करे, तो वो लीगल गार्डियन के लिए कौन बनना चाहता है फैमिली में से आप पूछ सकते हैं, एंड दैट पर्सन कैन देन अप्लाई फॉर अ लीगल गार्डियनशिप, और अंडर लीगल गार्डियनशिप वो अकाउंट ओपन हो सकता है और उसमें फिर वो पैसा ट्रांसफर हो सकता है, बट लीगली पैसा बच्चे को ही आएगा।
थैंक यू सर, आपका जो भी जवाब था उससे मैं बहुत सेटिस्फाइड हुई और बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन था, तो थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू अगेन, थैंक्स मैम।
थैंक यू पूजा जी आपके क्वेश्चन के लिए। नेक्स्ट कौन जो भी अपना सवाल पूछना चाहते हैं वो वहीं अपनी सीट से हाथ खड़ा कर सकते हैं।
यहाँ मैं थोड़ा इंटरप्ट करूं क्या, कुछ अपने व्यूज दूं? Can I give some inputs in this matter?
कहता हूँ कि जैसे वो प्लान बजट बहुत ज्यादा मुझे लग रहा था, क्योंकि आज जो लोगों का सोशियो इकोनॉमिक स्टेटस है बहुत हायर लेवल का नहीं है, तो कुछ इस तरह का व्यवस्था हो कि जो निम्न लेवल के जो हैं, जो लो सोशियो स्टेटस वाले हैं, उनका भी मैनेजमेंट, उनका भी प्लानिंग माने बेहतर हो सके और वो भी एक संपन्न और सुखी जीवन जी सके, इसके लिए कुछ आप प्रकाश डालें तो मुझे अच्छा लगेगा।
देखिए, अगर फाइनेंसिस पूरे नहीं होते हैं तो उस केस में फिर आपकी जो भी एनजीओस होती हैं वो उसमें हेल्प आउट कर सकती हैं। ठीक है, अब वो किस लेवल पे हेल्प आउट हो सकता है, क्योंकि यहाँ पे बहुत सी चीजें इन्वॉल्व हो जाती है। कैन गवर्नमेंट इंटरवीन, क्या गवर्नमेंट प्रोवाइड कर सकती है, गवर्नमेंट स्कीम्स कुछ हेल्प आउट कर सकती है। आई थिंक गवर्नमेंट, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स हैव अ पेंशन स्कीम। एक बिलो इनकम लेवल के लिए हर गवर्नमेंट, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का एक पेंशन स्कीम होता है, वो पेंशन स्कीम के अंडर में आ सकता है या नहीं। तो यहाँ पे आई मीन मैं एज एन इंडिविजुअल इसमें बहुत ज्यादा नहीं कर सकता। इसमें लार्जली आपके जिस भी एनजीओ के साथ आप एसोसिएटेड हैं उनके थ्रू, उनके साथ मिलके फिर आप इस पे वर्क कर सकते हैं। बट इसमें जैसे मैंने कहा कि अगर आपके पास फाइनेंसिस पूरे नहीं है, पहली बात आपके पास जितना है क्या उसको आप मैक्सिमाइज कर सकते हैं। 1000-2000 रुपए महीने भी अगर सेव होता है, क्या आप अगले 10 साल में इतना सेव कर सकते हैं कि वो एक अच्छा अमाउंट बन जाए। और जैसे मैंने पहले कहा कि जितना भी आप सेविंग करते हैं उस पर क्या रिटर्न कमाते हैं वो बहुत मैटर करेगा। तो आपके लिए जरूरी है कि पहले आप ये देखें कि मैं जितना सेव कर रहा हूं इस पे मुझे एटलीस्ट इतनी अर्निंग अच्छी मिल जाए कि मैं अपने बच्चे के लिए कुछ एक्यूमुलेट अच्छा कॉर्पस कर जाऊं। जो शॉर्टफॉल होगा फिर उसके लिए प्लान कर सकते हैं कि ये शॉर्टफॉल कहां से मीट होगा। तो बहुत जरूरी है, दोनों लेवल पे बहुत जरूरी होता है। आपकी पर्सनल सेविंग है उसको भी ग्रो करना बहुत जरूरी होता है, और अगर वो शॉर्टफॉल होती है तो अब कैसे मीट हो सकता है। आप एक क्या एज होगा सर आपका? 46। तो अभी आपका एज है जहां पे आप लाइफ इंश्योरेंस जैसा टूल ले सकते हैं। एक लाइफ इंश्योरेंस आप बाय कर सकते हैं जितने भी अमाउंट का जो आपकी बजट में आता है। एटलीस्ट जब भी कुछ हम आंसर कर रहे हैं ना क्वेश्चन व्हाट आफ्टर माय लाइफ टाइम, तो लाइफ इंश्योरेंस उस गैप को थोड़ा हेल्प आउट कर सकता है मीट करने में। तो इस तरह के टूल्स आप देखें कि जहां से मैं अपनी तरफ से कितना कर सकता हूं, उसके बाद फिर आप देखें कि ये शॉर्टफॉल क्या कोई तरीका है मैं कहीं और से मीट करूं।
थैंक यू सर। ये जो आपका क्वेश्चन था ये बहुत पर्टिनेंट था, स्पेशली इंडिया जैसी कंट्री के लिए जहाँ पे मेजॉरिटी पॉपुलेशन जो है जिस सोशो इकोनॉमिक स्टेटस से बिलोंग करती है वहाँ पे सेविंग करना एक थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्ट टास्क रहता है। मैं आशा करती हूँ कि जो जवाब सर ने दिया उससे कुछ सेविंग करने का तरीका या किस तरीके से करनी चाहिए वो समझ में आया होगा। और
देखिए सॉरी एक आंसर कर दूं, सेविंग करने के लिए 10,000 की जरूरत नहीं है मुझे। मैं 500 रुपए महीने से भी सेविंग कर सकता हूँ और उस पर 10% का रिटर्न कमा सकता हूँ। आपके लिए जरूरी है कि आप जितना भी कर सकते हैं उसको सही जगह इन्वेस्ट करें, सही जगह उसको सेव करें। हम लोग बैंक तक ही हम लोग लिमिट हो जाते हैं, उसके बियॉन्ड फिर हम नहीं जा पाते हैं। तो आप जितना भी कर सकते हैं, 500 है, 1000 है, जितना भी कर सकते हैं मिनिमम अमाउंट, उससे आप सही जगह पे स्टार्ट कीजिए इस पर्पज से कि मुझे इसके ऊपर जो भी अर्निंग करनी है वो इतनी हो कि मैं एक अच्छा कॉर्पस में एक्यूमुलेट कर लूं।
ये एक बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट सर ने बताया कि सबने अपनी क्षमता के हिसाब से सेव करना होता है। उसके लिए ऐसा नहीं है कि हमें बहुत ज्यादा पैसे की जरूरत है, जितना हमारे पास है और जितनी क्षमता है उससे हम कर पाए। सर आप थोड़ा सा बताएंगे?
सही जगह मैंने
एग्जाम्पल में बताता हूँ। आपका बैंकिंग अकाउंट है, ठीक है, बैंकिंग अकाउंट है किसी न किसी बैंक में, आप बैंक से जाके बोलिए मुझे एक म्यूचुअल फंड में इन्वेस्ट करना है, इसमें 500 रुपए महीना मेरे अकाउंट से डेबिट होना चाहिए और ये इन्वेस्ट होता रहना चाहिए अगले 10 साल के लिए। आपको कुछ करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, एक बार एप्लीकेशन फॉर्म भरेंगे, अकाउंट से ऑटोमेटिक डेबिट होगा और वो पैसा एक्यूमुलेट होता रहेगा। सिर्फ आपको इतना करना है, अपने बैंकर को जाके बोलना है कि मुझे कोई अच्छा म्यूचुअल फंड बता दो जिसमें मैं कि 500 रुपए महीना डाल दूं या 1000 रुपए महीना डाल दूं और मुझे कुछ करने की जरूरत ना पड़े, मेरे अकाउंट से डेबिट होता रहे। मुझे अगले 5, 6, 10 साल के लिए मुझे अच्छा पैसा एक्यूमुलेट करना है। और सही में यही होता है। आप क्योंकि म्यूचुअल फंड से हम लोग जनरली इसलिए भागते हैं कि कितना बड़ा इंस्ट्रूमेंट है, ज्यादा पैसे की जरूरत है। मैंने 500 रुपए में मंथली इन्वेस्ट करवाया है। 500 रुपए में मंथली इन्वेस्ट कीजिए, आप अगले 10 साल तक आपको कुछ करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, अकाउंट से पैसा डेबिट हो रहा है और म्यूचुअल फंड में इन्वेस्ट हो रहा है और आप खुद देखेंगे कि 10 साल के बाद आप एक अच्छा पैसा एक्यूमुलेट कर पा रहे हैं। तो इस तरह के कुछ ऑप्शन जो है आप जाके बैंकर से बात कीजिए, कोई लाइफ इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी मत लेना अगर आपको बताई भी जाए, ठीक है, वो अलग चीज है। बट मैं आज नाम बता रहा हूँ म्यूचुअल फंड्स, इसी नाम से आप लेना। और वही एक ऑप्शन ऐसा है जहां 500 रुपए महीने से भी आप इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं और विदाउट एनी फेल, आपको हर महीने भी करने की जरूरत नहीं है, अकाउंट से पैसा डेबिट होगा और इन्वेस्ट होता रहेगा। किसी और का क्वेश्चन? यस सर, देखिए म्यूचुअल फंड रिस्की होगा अगर आपने 2 या 3 साल के लिए इन्वेस्ट किया है। आप बोलते हैं मैं 10 साल के लिए निवेश करूंगा, वो रिस्क मिनिमाइज हो जाता है जब आप मंथली निवेश करते हैं। तो आप अगर निवेश कर रहे हैं, सीधा आप 8 या 10 साल की ऐसा ही वो मंथली इन्वेस्टमेंट का कर दो, तब रिस्क फैक्टर कम होता है। जी
मैंने LIC करवाया था, 6 महीने पे 41-42 रुपए जाता है, उनका जो है 15 साल हो गया, पूरा होने वाला है
जी।
अगली बार
जी
उस पैसे जो मिलेगा टोटल हम बच्चों को मैं कहाँ लगाऊं?
कौन सी LIC पॉलिसी? क्योंकि पहले LIC पॉलिसी 2 आती थी, वही वाली कह रहे हैं आप?
2 आती थी,
आधार और विश्वास, जीवन आधार जीवन विश्वास। हाँ, तो पहली बात तो उसका पूरा अमाउंट नहीं मिलेगा आपको एक साथ, पूरा अमाउंट एक साथ नहीं मिलता है। उसमें क्या होता है कि आपको 20% अपफ्रंट मिल जाएगा और बाकी जो 80% है वो आपको मंथली जो पेंशन के रूप में मिलेगा, ठीक है, तो पूरा का पूरा आपको हाथ में नहीं मिलेगा।
तो वो 15 साल का है, वो पूरा होने वाला है, अगले साल हो जाएगा।
एग्रीड
दोनों का।
हाँ, तो 15 साल के बाद जब मैच्योर होती है पॉलिसी, तो उस पॉलिसी में पूरा अमाउंट नहीं मिलता है आपको।
तो ठीक है, जो भी है, लेकिन उस पैसे को मैं कैसे उनको उन्हीं के भविष्य के लिए, मैं तो जब तक हूँ तब तक ठीक है, लेकिन मैं नहीं रहूंगा तो वो पैसे उनके काम में है, उनका कोई रहेगा तो देखभाल करता रहेगा।
आप ऐसी जो मैंने अभी स्कीम बताई, इसी में वो मंथली इन्वेस्टमेंट कर दो,
म्यूचुअल फंड वाले में।
हाँ, मंथली LIC की तरफ से पेमेंट आया, ऑटोमेटिक डेबिट हुआ, म्यूचुअल फंड में इन्वेस्ट हो गया, आपको कुछ करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, वो पैसा आएगा, डेबिट होगा और इन्वेस्ट हो जाएगा।
वो उम्मीद सोसाइटी में काम भी करते हैं, उनकी सैलरी मिलती है। दूसरी बात कि उनके पास 2-2 हजार रुपए मंथली जो गवर्नमेंट की पेंशन नहीं आती है,
हाँ,
वो भी उनके खाते में आती है।
हाँ। तो अगर उस पैसे की जरूरत आज नहीं है
इस टाइम तो नहीं है,
तो बस इसी तरह की स्कीम में आप इन्वेस्ट करो, या अगर आपकी टैक्स लायबिलिटी ज्यादा नहीं है तो बैंक में रिकरिंग डिपॉजिट कर सकते हो आप, रिकरिंग डिपॉजिट होता है बैंक में।
मैं तो रिटायरमेंट हो गया था प्राइवेट सेक्टर से, और जो पैसे जो यानी मिले थे वो बैंक में के जैसे FD वगैरह कराते, सालाना महीने मंथली इंटरेस्ट आता, उससे हम लोग खाना पीना खा लेते हैं। और 3200-3300 रुपए जो प्रोविडेंट फंड से पेंशन मिलती है, वही हमारा एक स्रोत है।
आप यही कर सकते हो, आप क्या कहते हैं, जैसे मैंने स्कीम बताया, अगर आपको 10 साल तक वो पैसा नहीं जरूरत है, 10 साल तक इसी तरह की स्कीम कर दो। एक बार एप्लीकेशन फॉर्म भरोगे, दोबारा सिर्फ डेबिट होते हुए दिखाई देगा पैसा और इन्वेस्ट होते हुए दिखाई देगा, दोबारा आपको छेड़ने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी।
साथ ही मैं एक बार इंटरप्ट करना चाहती हूँ इसमें, जैसे आपको अभी पैसे की जरूरत नहीं है और आप ये सोचते हैं कि आगे आपके बच्चों के वो काम आ जाए, तो जो सर ने पहले बताया था कि आपको उनके लिए कोई गार्जियन अपॉइंट करना पड़ेगा, जो आगे उस फंड को जो आपने सेव किया हुआ है उनके लिए, या जो वो खुद से कमा रहे हैं, वो उनको यूटिलाइज कर पाए।
और क्या भी तो ठीक है, हमको जरूरत नहीं है।
बेसिकली कोई गार्जियन की जरूरत है, वो आपका कोई परिवार का सदस्य भी हो सकता है।
मैं खुद मैं और मेरी वाइफ उनकी गार्जियन बनी हुई है।
नहीं, आगे के लिए व्हाट आफ्टर अस की बात हो रही है इसमें।
और आगे के लिए तो सब ऐसे है कि कोई भी गार्जियन बन के उनको पैसा ले लेगा, उनको ऐसे रोड पे फेंक देता है।
अगर आपको ऐसे वाला कोई व्यक्ति जो आपका विश्वास पात्र नहीं है, तो आप ये भी कर सकते हैं कि किसी NGO को, क्योंकि जो NGOs हैं उनको 2-4 लोग यूजुअली मिलके चलाते हैं, तो उनको उनका गार्जियन अपॉइंट कर सकते हैं, न किसी के नाम से।
ठीक है, अभी तो हम जब तक हैं तब तक हमारे 60-61 साल सीनियर सिटीजन हो गया।
आशा है कि आपको ये समझ में आया होगा जो सर ने बताया। फ्यूचर के हिसाब से आपको गार्जियन ही कोई अपॉइंट करना होगा।
एक चीज और सर, आप 60-61 साल के हो गए, वसीयत लिख ले, वरना अभी एक मैम आपको केस बता के गई थी, ये इशू आएगा जब हम वसीयत नहीं लिखते हैं।
जो भी उसमें क्या वो नॉमिनी डाला हूँ, दोनों का नाम।
नॉमिनी का बहुत बड़ा मिसकंसेप्शन है। देखिए, नॉमिनी सिर्फ प्रोसेस को सिंपलीफाई करने के लिए होता है, नॉमिनी का और कोई रोल नहीं है। नॉमिनी लीगल हायर नहीं होता है। नॉमिनी नहीं होता, नॉमिनी क्लेम नहीं कर सकता अगर वो लीगल हायर नहीं है। तो नॉमिनी सिर्फ उस सिंप्लीफाई करने के लिए होता है कि बैंक पैसा ट्रांसफर कर देगा, बैंक की लायबिलिटी खत्म। पर जब तक आप वसीयत नहीं लिखेंगे चीजें सिंप्लीफाई नहीं होगी। तो मेरा सिर्फ ये मानना है, और वसीयत लिखने के लिए कुछ नहीं चाहिए, घर बैठिए आप अपने हैंड राइटिंग से लिखिए, 2 विटनेस का साइन करा लीजिए, वसीयत लिख दें, कुछ करने की जरूरत नहीं है, बहुत आसान तरीका होता है।
चलिए, अभी हम ऑलरेडी जो हमारा टाइम था उसको एक्सीड कर चुके हैं, तो अभी सिर्फ एक क्वेश्चन है जो मिस्टर मोंगा पूछना चाहते हैं। उसके बाद हम कार्यक्रम को कंक्लूड करेंगे और सर का ईमेल आईडी जो है वो आप सबके साथ शेयर कर लेंगे। किसी का भी कोई भी इस तरीके का सवाल है तो वो सर को डायरेक्टली लिख के या फिर हमारे थ्रू लिखवा के पूछा जा सकता है। तो ये लास्ट क्वेश्चन है, मिस्टर मोंगा प्लीज।
सर, क्या जो एक मेंटली इल पर्सन है उसकी अपनी लीगल पोजीशन क्या है? क्या वो बैंक अकाउंट ऑपरेट कर सकता है, बैंक अकाउंट खोल सकता है, इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न भर सकता है या नहीं?
सर देखिए, सब कुछ डिपेंड करता है, ठीक है, उसका मेंटली इल पर्सन, हम एक डेफिनेशन होती है लीगल लैंग्वेज में, साउंड माइंड एंड अनसाउंड माइंड, ठीक है। अगर वो साउंड माइंड में है जितने टाइम के लिए भी, उस टाइम में तो वो कर सकता है, ठीक है। बट अगर अनसाउंड माइंड में है, ही इज नॉट केपेबल ऑफ टेकिंग अ डिसीजन, देन ही कैन नॉट डू, इफ ही इज नॉट केपेबल ऑफ टेकिंग अ डिसीजन।
लीगल बार तो कोई नहीं है कि बैंक में अकाउंट खोल सकता है, बैंक में अकाउंट ऑपरेट कर सकता है या नहीं?
नहीं, इसमें लीगल इश्यूज आ जाएंगे सर। अकाउंट बैंक तो क्या करेगा, आपको थंब लगा के भी अकाउंट खुलवा देगा, बट बाद में फिर वो इश्यूज आएंगे लीगल जब विड्रॉ करने जाएंगे, ठीक है। बैंक को पता लगेगा कि ही इज नॉट ऑफ साउंड माइंड ऑपरेट करने के लिए।
उसकी क्या डेफिनेशन होगी? क्वेश्चन है कि एक बच्चा है मेंटली इल है, लेकिन अगर ओके, बातचीत में हर चीज में ओके है, तो बैंक अकाउंट भी ऑपरेट कर सकता है। बैंक को क्या मतलब उसमें समझ आया?
सर प्रॉब्लम्स तब आती है, आजकल हर एक चीज आधार से लिंक्ड है। तो अगर डिसेबिलिटी सर्टिफिकेट बना है बच्चे का, तो बैंक को ऑलरेडी पता चल जाता है कि डिसेबिलिटी सर्टिफिकेट है इस चीज को लेके, और फिर वो विड्रॉल जो है वो अलाउ नहीं करते। ये आरबीआई की कुछ गाइडलाइंस है इस तरह की, तो इसकी वजह से प्रॉब्लम आती है। अगर डिसेबिलिटी सर्टिफिकेट नहीं है, कहीं पे कुछ रिवील नहीं हुआ, नॉर्मली आधार कार्ड है जिसके थ्रू सब लिंक्ड है, तो फिर ऐसा इशू नहीं आएगा। और अगर फॉर पर्सन्स विद मेंटल इलनेस अगर कैपेसिटी है तब भी कोई दिक्कत नहीं आती। बट प्रॉब्लम यही आती है कि आजकल हर एक चीज आधार से लिंक्ड है, बैंक भी और हर एक चीज, तो उसमें सारा कुछ खुल जाता है और उनको पता चल जाता है ऑलरेडी कि पर्सन डिसेबल्ड।
लेकिन
They do, and we come across such cases almost in routine. Thank you so much all for attending the program, and request for the conclusion of program now.
थैंक यू। ओके जी, तो यहाँ पर हम हमारे इस प्रोग्राम को कंक्लूड कर रहे हैं। एक बार फिर से सभी का धन्यवाद, जितने भी गेस्ट यहाँ पे आए हैं, एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, स्टाफ मेंबर ग्रिड के हैं, और जितने भी पर्सन यहाँ पे प्रेजेंट है, सभी का एक बार ग्रिड की तरफ से, परिवर्तन की तरफ से सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू सो मच।
विनोद जी सर।